Recording in progress.
We're going to start the council meeting dating Wednesday, February 4th, 6 p.m. The meetings are conducted in person at City Hall Council Chambers. Please note that the meeting will proceed as normal, even if there's
I can't hear.
problems with Zoom. We'll do our best to get the Zoom. Oh. You're on mute, Council. Can she be unmuted?
Councilmember Garfield, can you hear me? Okay, she can't hear. It's gonna be on her. I think it's here.
Can you, Councilmember Garfield, could you hear me?
There we go. Helps on its way.
You do? It's on her side. That's what I thought. Okay. We'll try and fix this soon. Maybe just pause for a moment.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
Folks will be starting in a little bit here. We have.
Is that one?
You're okay. Good. Can you hear me, Councilmember Garfield?
Should have tried this sooner.
Okay.
Nope. That's not it.
Can you hear us? You know how technology is on there. So we have to make sure another council member is on Zoom right now.
It's all the way up.
Can you hear us, Councilmember Garfield?
You can hear me?
Yes. But you can hear
Okay, then
us?
there's something wrong with my speakers. I'm switching to my iPad, which may give me a better audio. Hold on.
Okay.
Getting there. This is invalid shit.
Councilmember Garfield? We have to have her on board.
I believe she is still as panelist.
This will take a minute. Do you guys want to go ahead and do the consent agenda and I'll join you after?
Can you hear us,
I can hear
Councilmember?
you now. I
Oh,
can hear you.
good. Okay.
Okay.
At the beginning of this meeting, she needs to request, which she just did under just cause provision of the Brown Act. And is there any objection from the council having? No. Okay, good. Okay. So this is, like I started off, this is a regular council meeting, Wednesday, February 4th. And we're going to have Councilmember Baduri give the pledge of allegiance.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any council announcements?
Approval of the agenda.
Well, yeah, correct. We need to approve the agenda. First of all, Mr. Morganson, on the presentations, that comes after the approval of the agenda.
Yes, that would be correct, Mr. Mayor. We have none tonight, so after your approval of the agenda, you go to council.
Okay,
staff
that
comments.
sounds good. Okay, yeah, for everything. We need a roll call vote for everything. Thank you, Councilmember. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
So move.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote, Sandra?
Yes. Councilmember Rao? Aye. Councilmember Baduri? Councilmember Walking Stick?
Aye.
McDonald? Aye. Garfield?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Emilio?
Aye. Except Garfield, did she say yes on this?
I say
Yeah.
aye.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, motion carries 601 with Mayor Smith absent.
Okay. Are there any presentations, Mr. Mogensen?
No presentations this evening. However, we do have staff announcements after the council announcement.
Okay. Are there any council announcements tonight? Yes, Councilmember Rao?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to say we had the opportunity to all be at the ribbon cutting last night for the Kimpton. And I just wanted to wish Julia, the GM, and all of her staff and everyone that made that just a first-class event. And I want to thank the public for showing up and showing their support. It was a show of force that I've never seen, and it was just really incredible to see everybody come together and celebrate this new hotel. And that was my announcement for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Anybody else? Okay. Staff announcements, Mr. Mogensen?
Yes, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, we do have two tonight. The first one will be our rec program manager, Katie Clark, is going to talk a little bit about summer programs.
Okay,
Good evening, council and members of the public. We have one announcement regarding our summer programs. We want to let everyone know that the Recreation Department summer staff recruitment is now open. We are looking for camp counselors, sports assistants, lifeguards, and swim instructors. More information on all of those positions, the requirements and how to apply, as well as the application, can be found on the city webpage, and that is cityofpg.org/jobs. So we look forward to seeing hopefully some wonderful candidates. Thank you.
okay, thank you.
And Chief Dave will lead us in our next announcement.
Okay.
Is it on? Okay, there we go.
Mhm.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Amelia and Honorable Council. I'm here to share just kind of it's a big deal. It's a significant deal that we're recognizing a few officers for an incident that happened over the weekend. And so Because I'm restrained just due to some privacy issues, I'm going to give a kind of a brief overview. On 1 February 2026 at about 2 p.m., Pacific Grove Police Sergeant Orlando Perez and Pacific Grove Police Officer Kevin Shum responded to an undisclosed location within the city limits to assist a resident who was experiencing a mental health crisis. This particular resident, who was a member of the armed forces community, was contacted by the officers who worked to de-escalate the situation and resolve the incident, seeing to the welfare of the resident and obtaining the help and assistance required at that time. Tonight, it is my distinct privilege to introduce the senior representative to the Naval Postgraduate School and to invite Colonel Dana Demur, United States Marine Corps, to the podium.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Colonel Dana Deemer. I'm the senior Marine officer currently at Naval Postgraduate School. We have 248 Marines currently studying at Naval Postgraduate School, and they're members of your community. This is we value the relationship that we've had with the community since our founding in the 1940s, and it is my honor to help recognize some of your finest that helped some of our finest this weekend. As I told in a situation report to my commanding general, I honestly believe that we would have had a much sadder situation had it not been for your officers, how they were able to de-escalate a situation, recognize one of our Marines that was in need, and make sure that he found the care he needs, and he's currently in that care now. And like I said, I can't thank you enough, and I would like to recognize your officers with our commander's coin for their actions. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to do this, and we look forward to continuing the strong relationship that we have with your community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. They are among our finest in Pacific Grove. So, let's go with other announcements, Mr. Mokasin.
No further announcements.
Okay. So general public comment. General public comment are items that could be pulled from, cannot discuss anything on the agenda, but they have something else to say during general public comment. Are there anybody here that wishes to make a public comment? Come forward.
Good evening. I'm Sally Moore, and I would like to correct a misstatement that I made at the last council meeting. It was with regard to the address identifications under the local amendments for the California Building Standard Codes. Not doing very well now. According to ordinance number 25-019, it's again, address identification. New and existing buildings shall be provided with an approved address identification. The address identification shall be legible and placed in a position that is visible at all times from the street and road fronting the property. Address identification characters shall contrast with their background. Address numbers shall be Arabic numbers or alphabetical letters. Numbers shall not be spelled out. Each character shall not be less than 4 inches, and I had said 5, not less than 4 inches high, with a minimum width stroke of 1/2 inch for single-family dwellings and duplexes. For all other occupancies, each character shall be not less than a minimum of 4 inches high, with a minimum stroke of 1/2 inch unless otherwise required by the fire code official. So I just wanted to correct that, and evidently we're all going to need to address that with our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Tony Raful. I'm currently a Monterey dispensary owner, the one in downtown Monterey. And I won a license in Marina as well. So I'm here to talk about the issue about the cannabis processing here. VG is creating liability by not following the practice in cannabis application process. It's like allowing people to stack applications. And out of the 10 applicants that we have here, there is 8 identical applications. And since it's like a lottery process, I see that as a fraud and waste of city money by paying HDL money to study 8 identical applications written by the same person, belong to the same company. So I remember 2020 when Mr. Harvey was the city manager and how he played favoritism for one company and it didn't end up well for him. And I see the things like continue happening again here. So I urge you please to just stop the process and look at it again. And to be fair, it should be only between 3 companies. The 2 that has applied for 1 application each and the 8 application identical, let them have 1 spot in the lottery. And in this case, it's all going to be fair game. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. There's no, is there anybody else wanting to speak at this time that's not on the agenda? Okay. Is there someone online?
Do we have 3 callers online?
Okay, go ahead.
A. Morris.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. My name is Amara Morrison and I am an attorney with Redwood Public Law, and I represent the applicant NUG LLC and property owner Manur Yonan in connection with their commercial cannabis business provisional license application. And my comments are going to be very similar to the comments that you just heard from the prior speaker. We have previously corresponded with the city relative to the city's cannabis business license application process. And we'd like to take this opportunity during your public comment to once again raise the concerns about the application process. Like the prior speaker, we fundamentally request that the city take immediate action to protect the integrity of the application process before the lottery is conducted. As the previous speaker stated, and as stated in our January letter, we have serious concerns that 8 of the applications were submitted by a coordinated group of affiliated individuals and entities tied to a single operator off the charts. We contend that the submittal of these coordinated applications constitutes permit stacking, which is again, we define as the submission of multiple non-independent applications by a single economic enterprise. Obviously, this significantly increases the related entity's chances of securing the city's single available license. The city's response to our January 9th letter simply concludes that because the city's ordinance and guidelines don't expressly prohibit such coordinated submittals, that the city is free to proceed with its lottery, obviously, which is now clearly biased 8 times in favor of the OTC related entities. I do want to point out that there are provisions in Pacific Grove's ordinance which define owner in the same way that the state Medicinal and Adult Use Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act defines an owner, which among other things indicates or defines an owner as an individual who will be participating in the direction, control, and management of a person who is applying for a license. The reason for the definition of owner in not only your ordinance, but state law is so that a regulating agency, here at the city, can determine whether a person has a significant interest in an entity that's applying for a cannabis license. So once again, we request that the city simply hit the pause button on conducting the lottery until such time that staff does its due diligence to confirm that these 8 applications are not owned, controlled, or operated by a single owner. And we thank you very much for your attention this evening.
Or is there another one online, correct?
Yes, there's a couple more hands raised.
Okay.
Rivka Revivo.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for this opportunity to address the council. I'd like to revisit an important topic I first discussed with the City Council, Chief of Police, and the City Manager back in August of 2025. So as we know, tonight there will be a presentation on the regulatory landscape of e-bikes. No?
Excuse me for a second. The e-bikes has not come up yet. It'll be coming up later on the agenda.
Okay, so I can't make a public comment about
Yes,
something?
you can make a public comment when we deal with the e-bikes later on the agenda.
This is general public comment. The appropriate time for an e-bike comment would be during that item.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, continue, ma'am.
Inga Lawrence and Dormer.
Thank you. It's interesting. I'm really disappointed in how this whole cannabis thing turned out. I knew that back in Ben Harvey's and how he just tried to get around the whole tax issue and everything else, and we really needed the vote. We're all for it. But this process has just been corrupted. I mean, here, the city seems to have, with its HDL, which you know, and I've spoken against that company many, many times. They are generic consulting company that pushed the Economic Development Commission in weird ways. I've said that they have their fingers in too many pies and offer generic solutions for everything. Well, the city just voted, and I was against it, to hire HDL to do this vetting process. And here we are with a buyout. We're selling Pacific Grove to the highest bidder by letting and taking the application money that is just, I mean, it's ridiculous. This isn't a fair process. It's not at all. And we were trying to get local, not a chain store cannabis. And here we've got, I don't know. I am just so disappointed with how the city has handled this. And I thought we were going swimmingly along. But of course I should have realized when you let HDL take over that that's what they did. And city council and me, the public, who's pretty aware of things, hey, didn't realize that we didn't say there's absolutely no stacking and buyout of lottery tickets, so to speak. Anyway, I'm just very disappointed in how this has played out when I thought we were doing well. Certainly other places have handled this a whole lot better. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. The next person online.
iPhone 2.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. It's Debbie Beck, and I just wanted to say to Chief Day, Sergeant Perez, and the officer that was involved with the incident this weekend, which I am not familiar what it was, but to have a colonel come forward to our city to award both of these, the sergeant and the officer, the coin that he provided to them, I give them a standing ovation. I was at home listening, and it brought tears to my eyes that our officers helped not just our residents, but a military resident. So thank you very much for your service.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Carmelita Garcia.
Good evening. So we're into a new year, and I would encourage the council and particularly you, Mayor Pro Tem, to encourage the mayor to hold a State of the City address. In 2010, when I was mayor, I held the first ever for the city of Pacific Grove, and that tradition continued through former Mayor Peak's term. So it would be great to get that going again. I know when I did it, there were 200 plus residents in attendance at that address. So again, I would encourage you to have the mayor hold one. With regards to the cannabis and what's going on with it, if it does come to a standpoint, I would encourage you to take a look at the separation of limitation in the ordinance. What it does not speak to is residents where children live and that 1,000 feet separation. The proposed location right now at 1157 Forest does not meet that separation, and there is an apartment complex behind 1149 Forest Avenue. I find it ironic that in the ordinance, the minimal requirements are met via children are protected well, I say protected because it has to be more than 1,000 feet at schools, daycare, preschools, and what have you. So once that child gets home, if that criteria is not met, they are no longer protected. Something doesn't seem right here. So again, I would encourage you to take a look at that and amend the ordinance by all means to include residential dwellings. You can do that. You can make it stronger than what it is now. Thank you so much.
Comment. Is there anybody else online?
No further hands are raised.
For their hands, okay. Okay. We're going to deal with the, there's no written general public comment. The consent agenda. Is there anybody on the city council that wishes to pull any consent item? Okay. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to pull a consent item? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the city council consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I have a roll call?
Thank you. Councilmember Rao?
Aye.
Councilmember Baduri?
Aye.
Councilmember Garfield?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald? Aye. Councilmember Walking Stick?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Emilio? Motion carries 601. Mayor Smith absent.
Okay. So what we're going to do now is go to 11A. The sequence of the steps for council consideration of the appeal. Now, before we get started, Mr. Biggs or Mr. Lorca, can Mr. Biggs, we had a letter asking for a continuance, and would you be able to address that?
Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem Amola. We did receive an email request yesterday afternoon from the appellant requesting a continuance to a future city council meeting about 8 weeks away. I will let the appellant address the comments or the reasons why she's requesting the appeal, but there's some factual things that she included in her email that I wanted to clarify. One of the things was that the address for this project was not listed anywhere. We did go back and take a look at the agenda for tonight's council meeting, and the address for the property is listed along with the assessor's parcel number. There was also a note that the reference to an incomplete application was not the correct date. That is the correct date. It was a reference to an incomplete application notice sent to the applicant and the property owner back in 2024. And then there was a note that a document regarding a review of an earlier historic preservation analysis of this project site was not included in the packet. That was included in the packet for the city council. It was part of the appeal application submitted by the applicant. So you have all those documents along with the document that is dated January 12th of 2026 by Stacy DeShazo Evans and AMP. So I think the thing to do now would be for the city council to consider whether or not the request for continuance should be granted per the request.
Okay. Is there any objection from the city council or continue this item? No, no objection. Okay, we're going to continue. Yes.
So you're saying continue?
No, we're going to continue this particular.
So we're going to.
Yeah, we're going to move forward. Correct. We're going to move forward.
Me too. So in that case, no, I think we should move forward.
Okay. Are we all in agreement on this? Yes.
The appellant is the one bringing it forward and they're the ones asking for the continuation. So that, is there a reason we would want to proceed when the appellant is the one who's asking for more time? Oh, okay.
The appellant.
Sorry.
The appellant. So I don't hear any major objections to this, and we're going to continue on with the appeal process. And just to let you know that the appellant's presentation is 10 minutes total. If a single designated spokesperson is provided to the city clerk in advance of the meeting, names of the persons who request the spokesperson to speak on their behalf shall have more than 10 minutes. However, at this time, it's 10 minutes for the appellant. Is the appellant here?
Mayor Pro Tem Emilio, I think we will do the staff presentation first, and following the staff presentation, I think that'll be an opportunity for the appellant, as you noted, to have 10 minutes to present their reasons for the appeal. And then the applicant would be given 10 minutes to present their reasons for why the appeal should be not be considered or approved. Then I think you mentioned that there was an opportunity for some rebuttals to each, on each of the sides.
Mr. Books, thank you for that correction. And this the staff report, the most important thing
And,
there.
and with that, I will introduce Garrett McCown, who is our associate planner and has been working on this project since its submittal and has carried it through to the Planning Commission meeting and is ready to present everything to you this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Emilio and council members. My name is Garrett McCown, Associate Planner for the City of Pacific Grove. For your consideration tonight is the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of architectural permit and coastal development permit 24-0044 for 685 Mermaid Avenue. The subject property is on the Historic Resources Inventory, and the proposed development consists of a remodel and rehabilitation of an existing 950 square foot two-story residence to include the demolition of the existing garage converted 6 square foot first floor addition, a 165 square foot second floor addition, a 337 square foot attached garage, and a 339 square foot second story ADU, resulting in a 1,363 square foot two-story residence with a 339 square foot attached ADU. The rehabilitation will include returning the existing structure back to its original board and batten wall cladding, replacing damaged and deteriorated windows with in-kind replacements and shaping of the existing windows, restoring the French door, and restoring the front bay window. This project has gone through a couple of iterations since the first HRC hearing on July 24th, 2024. The image on the left depicts the original proposed project in July of 2024. The image on the right shows the Planning Commission approved design after incorporating HRC comments, public comment and concerns, and qualified historian suggestions in order to be more in line with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Changes to the design include, but are not limited to, lowered ADU height. Windows and doors were revised to wood windows and doors. They updated the materials and colors, removing lap siding in order to return siding back to its original exterior board and batten wall cladding, retaining the character-defining front door in its existing location, retain the character-defining first floor window in its existing location, and to differentiate the addition from the original structure with horizontal wood siding. In preparation for the Planning Commission, the applicant contracted with a new qualified historic consultant, Historic Resource Associates, to provide a historic consultation and a new Phase 2 historic assessment for the project. Upon consultation, Historic Resource Associates recommended changes to the proposed project, which focused on historical compatibility and improved consistency with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation of the historic structure. In consideration of the changes to the plans and the new Phase 2 historic assessment, staff presented the revised proposed project to the HRC on September 24th, 2025, with a 3-0 vote to recommend approval for the project to the Planning Commission. The project was presented to the Planning Commission on December 11th, 2025, and upon consideration, the Planning Commission voted 4-1 to approve the project with 2 conditions of approval: tribal monitoring during soil disturbance and to verify that the subject lot was lawfully created. The appellant provided 12 reasons for appeal, which are provided in the agenda report. In short, the reasons for appeal are summarized in this slide here. The qualified historic consultant, Dana Supernowitz, principal of Historic Resource Associates, has reviewed the project and documented his findings in his Phase 2 historic assessment, August of 2025. He found the project to be in compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and made recommendations to modify the original proposed project, which has been incorporated into the project by the architect. The extent of the demolition has also been reviewed by the project historian and concluded the proposed demolition and rehabilitation meets the standards, retaining the building's significance and integrity. Per CEQA guidelines, section 15064.5 states, quote, "Generally, the project involving a listed resource that follows the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties with guidelines for preserving, rehabilitating, restoring, and reconstructing historic buildings, or the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and guidelines for rehabilitating historic buildings shall be considered mitigated to a level of less than significant impact on the historical resource." In this case, staff made a determination based on what the Phase 2 historic assessment identified and determined that the proposed project falls under Class 1 and 31 categorical exemptions, CEQA guidelines, Section 15301, existing facilities, and 15331, historical resource restoration and rehabilitation. Although in need of work, the current owners purchased the property in its present condition, and they are currently making an effort to rehabilitate the property by means of their proposal. Once complete, the project will contribute to the eclectic mix of residential buildings in this neighborhood and will not detract from the desirability of the surrounding neighborhood. The project reviewed by the Planning Commission was a result of the change in the applicant's historic consultant, input by the HRC, and the architects / homeowners' willingness to make changes that brought the project further into compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Although the information from the first historic consultant was not provided to the Planning Commission because it had lost its relevance in light of the new historic evaluation, changes to the project, and reconsideration by the HRC, they are included in the agenda report packet. The Mermaid Avenue neighborhood has smaller lots relative to the rest of the city, and it includes an eclectic mix of varying architectural styles, alignments, and scales, which are regulated by Pacific Grove Municipal Code 23.57 and 23.90. These standards in the code sections include, but are not limited to, uses permitted, building height limits, allowed building coverage, allowed site coverage, and required setbacks. The existing structure is on a double lot, 1,760 square foot lot, to be exact. The proposed project complies with all the site development standards. Identified by the red arrow in this image on the slide, the proposed project and the neighborhood consist of similarly sized residences varying architectural styles, alignments, and scales. As proposed, the mass and height of the new structure would not overwhelm adjacent structures nor be out of character with the neighborhood. The implementation of the general plan specifically as it relates to mass and scale is carried out through the zoning regulations and development standards. As proposed, the project complies with all zoning regulations. The grounds for the appellant's appeal are not supported by the city's zoning regulations, CEQA requirements, or the city's historic resource conservation efforts and processes. This project has been reviewed by the HRC and the PC, and their approvals support this conclusion. Therefore, staff recommends denial of this appeal. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions that you may have, as well as the project applicant, qualified historian, and the owner. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I think Mr. Lorca, should we entertain questions with Mr. McGowan, or should we continue on with the appellant?
If there's any questions of staff now, I think you can ask those and then you can move forward with the public hearing.
Does anybody have on the council questions for Mr. McGowan? No, you go ahead.
Thank you. So one question I do have is, since there has been a request for an extension, are there any legal requirements to grant that? Just to make sure we've covered our bases.
There are not.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Khan, for the presentation. It looks like the planning commission had, the vote was 5-2 from the planning commission to move this forward. Do you happen to know what the two dissenters from the two dissenting commissioners, do you happen to know what they actually, what the reasons were, why they dissented?
Pardon me. To be exact, it would be hard to explain exactly, but their biggest concern was the massing and the scale of the building. But however, this project is regulated by height and building coverage. GFA is not regulated in the zoning district.
And GSA refers to the gross floor area. Some of our zone districts in town have a floor area table to indicate the volume that can be within the building. This particular zone district only has a lot coverage requirement, so it doesn't include that floor area ratio. And I think it's fair to expand a little bit on Mr. McCowan's comments that, you know, he was correct that the dissenting commissioner was concerned with the massing of the structure and whether or not it was the proposed additions to the existing historic structure were compatible with the historic resource that was there.
Okay, thank you. And you said this is not the first time we're hearing appeals like this, especially in that area. This is just something for the future, maybe, which may help, since you brought up the floor area ratio. Perhaps an average floor area ratio of that neighborhood or that street might help in the future to come to some conclusion on what we can do for future such kind of requests that are coming in. But I appreciate the insight. Thank you.
Welcome. Is there any other questions from the council? Okay, let's move on to the applicant's presentation. Go ahead. The appellant, I'm sorry, the appellant's presentation. Oh.
Regarding the notice of incomplete application, there was, I believe, another one issued in the beginning of 2025. It was after we submitted the EDS report, the peer review.
Let's speak into the microphone. That way you'll be on.
After we submitted the peer review on Kent CV's phase 2 assessment, there was a period where they issued a notice of incomplete application before Historic Resource Associates did the second phase 2 assessment.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Sorry.
Yeah, if it's all right, no worries. And could you introduce yourself?
No, not yet. I just wanted to ask a question before
Oh,
I got
okay.
started. Just to clarify, because there was another notice of incomplete application issued in the process of this whole thing. Sorry, I gotta get this in the right place. So I just wanted to get clarification on that.
So a notice of incomplete application, there most likely was a second one, but this is a document that is provided to the applicant only, and it discusses conformance with the plan set.
Right. But I just want to be clear that there was another one after we submitted the peer review.
There was that document plus many other documents, but the purpose of our laying out the timeline in the agenda report to the city council was to provide a highlight overview of the steps in the process that got this particular project in front of the planning commission.
But the first one was mentioned, so why wasn't that one mentioned?
We didn't mention everything in the project. I think you need to address the council now.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
So I just want to make clarification.
yes, I was just going to say, this is the appellant's opportunity to present their matters and if there are inconsistencies, they can point those out, but generally a back and forth with staff is
Okay.
outside the normal protocol.
Thank you, Mr. Lorga. So let me give you the time right now. It's 8:45.
Okay.
You had up to 10 minutes, but it's down to 8:45. So go ahead and continue, please.
Okay. Hold on one sec. Okay. So anyway, first of all, I'd like to make it clear, am I good? Can you hear me? That we want to see this home rehabilitated, but in a way that preserves and enhances its historic charm, respects the village-like setting of the protected historic neighborhood, and does not desecrate our property values. But it's very important that we get this right. I think the architect said in one of the meetings that they counted 14 cottage-style homes remaining in the Mermaid neighborhood. So allowing this house to be built will really set a precedence in that neighborhood that the remaining 14 homes that are known for this cottage-style feel could easily have to be removed from the historic register. Okay, so the property is located within the city's area of special biological significance in an area sensitive to archaeology in the coastal zone in a protected historic neighborhood, and it is a locally registered historic resource. And I understand buying a property and feeling like you should be able to do what you want with it, but the reality is that every aspect of this property is legally protected. So there's going to be restrictions. So our concern about the design is not for setbacks or if the mass and height of the new structure would overwhelm adjacent structures, or if there are other large modern homes in the neighborhood so that this design will fit in. We are looking at how the changes will affect the historic significance and essential physical fabric that put the home on the historic registry, including the relation of the size of the house to the lot and to the neighborhood. With vernacular homes like this, the size is a defining characteristic of the coming of age era, as well as the bungalow feel it conveys. The city's historic context statement lists of aspects that define integrity of a historic property include form, massing, architectural style, spatial relationships of the buildings, and the property's feel of its expression of a particular time period. The proposed design will adversely affect all of these aspects. So there's basically two things we're looking at. We're looking at, does it comply with CEQA, and does it comply with the Secretary of the Interior standards? So the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, regulates alterations to historic resources by requiring state and local agencies to identify, analyze, and mitigate significant adverse impacts of buildings listed on historic resources. The qualified architectural historian we are working on with added this to a recent submitted assessment of this property. CEQA and the guidelines for implementing CEQA give direction and guidance for evaluating properties and preparing initial studies, categorical exemptions, negative declarations, and environmental impact reports. Under California state law, the city of Pacific Grove is legally responsible and accountable for determining the environmental impacts of any land use proposed it approves. Cultural resources are aspects of the environment that require identification and assessment for potential significance under CEQA. Now, the project is not exempt from CEQA until it is proven that A, the design for categorical exemption class 31 will not cause a substantial adverse change such as the significance of the historical resource would be materially impaired, or until proven to meet the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. So it's mitigated as a level of less than a significant impact per CEQA. Neither of the phase 2 assessments have addressed CEQA or offered proof as to how the project meets the standards. Study has not been done outlining options for rehabilitation of the garage, the impacts of the demolition of the historic home, and the issue of the change in massing with the new addition has been voided. The design proposes to demolish 245 square feet or 30% of the original home, not including the interior stairwell, original kitchen, and upstairs bathroom. Demolition of the garage removes 45% of the wall facing the street, meeting the definition of demolition, therefore qualifying as a substantial adverse change per CEQA. The demolition will alter the interior spaces of the home as well as the original build environment. It does not address the fact that the project will destroy original materials or features that define the vernacular. The staff recommendation justifies the garage demolition with the following statement. The project is not a demolition of the historic resources as demolition defined in PGMC 2376 as changes to more than 25% of the wall area of the historic structure facing the street or more than 50% of the total exterior wall. With a note that this definition was not applied to the garage because it's a non-contributing element of the historic resource due to the alterations and changes in use. Since its project is not the demolition of the historic resource per the city's own definition, the project does not result in a significant impact. The condition of the garage has no bearing on it being counted towards square footage of demolition. With the historic property, all square feet to be demolished or added is counted because we're not assessing the condition or the zoning requirements. We're rather determining how the addition or demolition affects the size, mass, and feel of the original home. It's been confirmed by both historians that the garage is original, and in 2019, Page and Turnbull recommended this get added or remain on the historic registry, and they made a note about the garage being converted, but they said it's eligible for the HRA, significant for vernacular design expressed for intact stylics features. Okay, I'm running way out of time. There's also another CEQA code that they didn't include part of. The CEQA, blah, 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 15301, class 1. They didn't include the part that says 50% of the floor area of the structure before the addition or 2,500 square feet, whichever is less. Disqualifies it from the exemption. They're also talking about adding 143% to the square footage of the home, which per the Secretary of Interior standards, the word size, scale, and design are in the standards. I also want to point out that we submitted a assessment from our qualified historian. In this assessment, she said very blatantly, this does not meet the Secretary of Interior standards, and she included alternative designs, which state code regulates alternatives should be offered, and that at any time demolition or any harm to historic resource can be avoided. It should be avoided, and other plans should be presented. So she offered 3 possible alternatives, one where the garage gets sunk to make it smaller. The second one is a smaller roof line here, so this addition is not bigger than the original historic house. And the third one, that's the easiest one to qualify for the Secretary of Interior standards, is a 1-story addition. And you'll see if you look at the design, although the latest rendering that the architect submitted makes it look like the addition's smaller. But if you look at in here, she puts the dimensions, it's like 14 feet wide versus 12 feet for the original house. You can see that they're adding 10 feet in the middle, they're adding 14 feet, and it's actually taller. The addition's actually taller than the original house. And they'll tell you that, oh, it's set back, so it looks smaller, but it technically is bigger.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go with the applicant. Is the applicant here?
Good evening, Pro Tem Mayor, members of City Council. My name's Charlie Hornisher. I'm the architect on 685 Mermaid Avenue. With the presentation loaded? Perfect, thank you. I'll keep my remarks brief this evening and focus on the design approach, the review process, why Planning Commission's decision to approve the project was appropriate. Also, our project historian is here tonight and will address technical, historical findings in more detail. Next slide, please.
Continue, sir.
I'm waiting for the next slide, sorry. Here we go. Perfect. The project involves the rehabilitation of a historic 950 square foot residence with a carefully designed 752 square foot addition. From the beginning, the design intent was clear. The historic structure remains as the primary architectural expression. Next slide, please. The addition is set back, simplified in form, and intentionally restrained to avoid competing with the original building. Project was developed in 3 dimensions, specifically to minimize scale, massing, overall visual impact, and to ensure the addition reads as secondary in all street views. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Several appeal points focus on the massing and the neighborhood character. This is an architecturally diverse neighborhood. Next slide, please. Just a few examples of what's surrounding this project. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Our goal was to respect the original historic structure while thoughtfully adding functionality and additional housing with the ADU. We took deliberate steps to limit the perceived mass wherever possible. The design responds to its context through proportional relationships, material choices, articulated massing, and is consistent with city design guidelines and the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide, please. The appeal suggests that a thorough review process was not followed. That conclusion is difficult to reconcile with the length of review, the number of hearings, and the amount of analysis that was reflected in the record. This project did not bypass scrutiny. Concerns were raised during the review process. The design was revised in response. Height was reduced where feasible. Stair enclosures were intentionally left open to avoid increasing the overall mass. The project was evaluated by staff, reviewed by Historic Resource Committee, and ultimately approved by the Planning Commission. And the administrative record reflects a careful and methodical process, not a rushed or incomplete one. The appeal also raises environmental concerns. The city evaluated the project under CEQA and determined that it qualifies as a categorical exemption. The project does not result in a significant adverse impact, and the city's findings are supported by the record. Rather than go into a deep technical in depth with the preservation standards, I'd like to turn it over to our project historian who can address the historic assessments with the former garage compliance and rehabilitation standards. But next slide, or that's the last one. In summary, this project was thoughtfully designed, thoroughly reviewed, and appropriately approved. We respectfully ask that the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you. I'd like to pass the remainder of my time over to Dana Supernowitz.
Okay.
Good evening, council members and Pro Tem Mayor. My name is Dana Supernowitz. I am the architectural historian who assisted the owner of the property and Mr. Hornisher to conduct a phase 2 and reinvestigate the property. So I just want to make a few sort of general observations and comments. There are really two principal issues here. One is the house. And I had an opportunity recently to re-enter the house and look it over carefully. And the garage, it's not a garage, it's been a residence or a unit connected to the house for over 40 years. So the idea that it's a garage is really not accurate. It hasn't been a garage for a long time. And the conversion of the garage raised the floor level. They eliminated doors, put in a wall, and they cut a doorway into the house. So it doesn't look like a garage, doesn't feel like a garage, and it's in horrible condition. I mean, the whole house is one of the worst I've seen, with dry rot, termite damage, leakage going on, and I think the owner is taking a bold step to try to preserve the house. So that's one of the issues. The second part is, house is in bad shape. It could have been demolished, to be frank, because it hasn't been taken care of for a long time. And the second issue is what the addition is and whether it meets the standards, whether it's historically compliant with the character of the neighborhood. And that's been discussed, and Charlie provided some photographs, and you can see that there's the only consistency along Mermaid is the narrowness of the lots. There's a verticality to houses, but there's big houses, tall houses, 2 stories, and then there's also small single-story houses, and some have additions where they piggybacked on top. But it's not as if the neighborhood's very cohesive, other than the fact that it's got narrow lots and there's small lot lines for each of the properties. In terms of the second issue about the additions, number one, the garage or the former garage is not a contributing element to the property anymore. It's not a garage. It was a garage, and it's in terrible shape, and it doesn't look like a garage when you go into it. It's been, wall boarded over and this and that. So demolition would be appropriate if it's a non-contributing part of the house. The house is being preserved for the most part. You're going to lose a little bit of a wall, but not as much as you might think, because the former garage takes up already some wall. There's already been some damage to the house because of the conversion to that former garage already. So bringing the house back is really important. As far as the massing, as far as the symmetry, as far as the scale, what is being proposed, in my opinion, it meets the overall neighborhood character. You have this house that's tall, you have a little house that's short. So in essence, this building, when it's all done, board and batten siding will stand alone, and you can still recognize the house. It's being preserved, which is good. It's not being torn down, and it'll stand alone with the middle portion being set back, and then the ADU alongside it, which kind of mirrors some of the other houses in the neighborhood. So to sum it all up, when I looked at the standards, when I gave it a lot of consideration, when I think about the terrible condition of this house, and a new owner, it's not his fault, it's like it is willing to preserve and save the house, I think that's what is really paramount for the discussion tonight. So that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer any.
Okay, there's still some time left. Was there anybody else going to speak?
I don't think so.
No, okay. Mr. Walker, I'm going to go ahead and move on.
Yeah, I don't know if Your Honor wanted to entertain a rebuttal from the appellant.
Correct.
And then, yeah.
Yeah. So the appellant rebuttal, you have 5 minutes.
First, I want to say I have copies of this CEQA code that shows that it's not, doesn't qualify for the exemption because it has to be less than 50% of the floor area, if you want that. And I also have the codes pertaining to the local coastal program that regulate what can be done to this property, and as well as copies of the reports from my historian, if you guys want those. But anyway, the one thing that has not been talked about or not addressed in any of the phase 2 assessments is that this is a special community. This community is protected under section 30253 of the Coastal Act and 2357 of the Pacific Grove Municipal Code. So this house needs to be assessed in terms of how it affects the whole neighborhood. The description of these special communities are, it's a village-like setting, cottage-style feel. So the feel and the setting and the relationship of the size to the neighborhood has to be considered, and it has not. And this is very important. This is protected. Like, this is something that has not been addressed. Also, this home was approved for the HRI in 2019. And Page and Turnbull said it has integrity as a historic home, and that included the garage. So from 2019 to now has not been that long, and they keep saying, oh, the garage is not conforming, the square footage doesn't count, but it does. And it was improved. It was said to have integrity. It was put on the historic resource inventory based on it having the garage that also has the gables that are a defining characteristic and the overhanging eaves. So to demolish that is to take away part of this original house that was proven to be built with the house in 1926. The other thing is Secretary of Interior standards. These are federal laws. And if something is on the historic inventory registry, it's regulated by these federal laws. And a lot of these standards and things have not been addressed. And especially in terms of massing, you can look in the report from my historian. It's very clear that she's saying this does not meet these standards. and you can't have that much square footage because it overwhelms the other house. And like I said, the size of the addition is larger than the original house. So she offered options like sink the garage or get one story. So that's it. So the other thing I just want to add is that if this appeal is denied, we're going to file appeal with the California Coastal Commission. So denying the appeal will not necessarily help the homeowner get closer to an approved design that he can build. You know, we're going to continue to pursue, because this is very important and the city is liable for the decision they're making on this. So I think you really, really need to look at the codes because it's not exempt from CEQA. They're telling you it is. I have one of the codes, the exemption, that it's so clear that it's not exempt. It hasn't met the Secretary of Interior standards. It's not exempt under that. And they're saying that the demolition of the garage doesn't count because it's in a bad shape. But that doesn't fly with historic resources. So really consider it. Thank you.
Okay,
Happy to, do you want these paperwork or no?
you could give it to the city clerk. Okay, we're going to go out to public comment. There's
Your
Mr. Larson.
Honor, I wonder if the applicant wanted a rebuttal moment.
Yeah, that's what I have in the next step.
Oh.
Then we'll go off public comment,
Got it.
correct? Okay, Mr. Orca, thank you. Let's say the applicant rebuttal. You have 5 minutes.
Just want to make a few comments to sort of paint a picture.
A little,
Agent-
little closer
Yes.
to the mic. Yeah, that's right.
Elgin Turnbull was hired a number of years ago to do a resource inventory. Kent Seavey was the initial historian, was brought on board, a friend of mine. And I just want to point out that Page and Turnbull's survey was a windshield survey. Their survey was not complete. In a lot of cases, it was inaccurate. And I'm not blaming Page and Turnbull for what they did because that's sort of what happens on these broad-based surveys. They did not look at this house like the other houses they looked at very carefully. They didn't look at the garage carefully. They didn't look at condition issues. They didn't study the resource the way I think Kent did. And then I actually went into the resource, the house, walked around the house, the Sanborn fire maps, painted a picture of what's happened to it, all the changes. And, you know, frankly, the house doesn't have a lot of integrity. It has integrity, but it's been recited. It has a bay window that's been added. It's no longer a garage. It's a, whatever you want to call it, ADU, and there's an addition on the back. So there's a lot of changes that have occurred. So the illusion that it's this great, you know, house that has wonderful condition and historic integrity is really not accurate. The other thing is the Secretary of Interior standards are not a law. All they are is standards. And I work with a lot of local governments and they're treated in different ways. They're not, you know, you don't have to meet a standard necessarily 100% because it is a standard and every community is different. Pacific Grove is different than Carmel and Monterey and so forth. So you really need to look at these properties individually, you know, and I agree the neighborhood is important, but you have to assess the property, what the benefits are of preserving the house against, you know, constructing something alongside it. And in the end, I still think you're going to have a home that'll look and feel like an historic home. But of course, you're going to have an ADU where people can stay and live. And a lot of things have occurred since the standards were created in 1996. That's when, through the National Historic Preservation Act, they enacted the standards and they've been modified over time. There are communities that have created their own standards that fit the city, the history of the city. And I think, you know, you also need to look at Pacific Grove and what's gone on as far as additions, changes to houses, you know, piggybacking on roofs and so on and so forth, and put this in comparison because there's a lot of precedent for this kind of project in Pacific Grove, and there has been if you drive the streets and look around. So those are my comments, and my opinion is it does meet the standards, And the standards have flexibility, and I think the city needs to look at that. And I think they did a good job of assessing the standards for their own, community themselves. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Lorca, we'll go out to public comment.
Great.
Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak? You have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. My name's Cindy Bellacci, and I have some pictures that, can I pass them to you?
You give
This way?
City clerk.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want you to thumb through them while I'm talking. And I also would like to pass along your neighborhood compatibility, good neighbor considerations. There's a few copies that you can share with them. Okay. I support the appeal that was submitted by Leslie Anderson, who was speaking, the appellate, and respectfully request the city council please disapprove this massive project that completely overwhelms the original historic house that's there at 685 Mermaid Avenue. Please look next door to the houses that are there. The pictures that the architect showed were houses down the road, and he chose some that were actually facing Ocean View to show you the large houses there. There are many small houses there that keep that street still quaint. I think if you're local, you know that street, and you know there are a lot of very nicely well-done small homes that look great. So there's no requirement to build a massive structure. It does overwhelm the original home, and there are ways to make this house look more original. The picture does not preserve any history. It's a modern looking house. Let's be honest. Okay, so I just want to say something here. The good neighbor considerations. This is Pacific Grove's Architectural Review Guidelines. And in it, Section 1, Neighborhood Compatibility. Locating a building to preserve scenic views is a part of the character of Pacific Grove. Through careful design, it may be possible also to maintain views from neighboring properties. New construction should be positioned to maintain views from adjacent properties when feasible. It is feasible, absolutely, to make a smaller structure. We're asking that the owner consider the neighborhood and the quaintness of it and not overwhelm it. It's possible to do that. The preferred choice is to reduce the building height and locate the structure downhill from adjacent properties to maintain views. New construction should be positioned to maintain views from adjacent properties when feasible. I repeat that. Guideline number 9, attempt to preserve some portion of neighbors' views by carefully positioning or limiting the width, depth, or height of those building elements.
Thank you.
Okay, got the message. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the public that wishes to speak? Yes, sir. Come forward. And if anybody else wishes to speak, just line up behind the gentleman there.
Good evening, folks. I also remember does on the street across us. And the bottom line is that
Excuse me, sir, if you could just step away from, I mean, you can still speak into the mic, but you don't have to be so close to it. Go ahead.
the bottom line is this. There's about 8 properties over the fence that are going to lose all or part of their view. It'll be about 50,000 per house. And as far as the building, if they just redo the one that's there and then make an ADU that is a one-story ADU, I think everybody'd be happy and it would work out just fine. So let's take the whole building that's there and that dilapidated garage and the rest of it, put a nice ADU there, one story. And I think it would handle everybody's problems. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Line up, please.
I don't, not good at this. My name is Mickey Janot. I live behind the house, this house. I lived on Mermaid for almost 50 years, that little yellow house on the corner that you see in the pictures. And when you live in a neighborhood, you consider your neighbors. And I don't mind people coming from out of town and buying places and doing things like that, but they don't know the neighborhood. They don't know the neighbors. They don't care. And I was going to add a second story to my house, and I went to my neighbor behind me, and it would have taken their view. So I didn't, because it was a neighborly thing to do. I didn't have to. It was just something I thought about doing. And I think I'd like to know Mr. Sakamoto. Sakamoto? Is that his name? The owner. I would like to meet him and talk to him, but we don't know the neighbors. And a lot of us that live in Monarch Pines are not rich. And all we have is our little view. There's 10 or 11 houses that are going to lose all their views if he builds that. And I know the view is not guaranteed to anybody, but it's part of the Mermaid I lived there 50 years ago when it was crazy down there, and everybody lived there at least once. It was a great place. There's a lot of history there. Joan Baez lived there. It's just a great place. And I love living there, and I hate to lose my view. But if you put one story and a flat top on top, he could have his view without really impacting the rest of us, that would be nice. But I never talked to him, so I don't know. But that's just what I have to say. It's just Mermaid is a great street, and my grandfather built 3 homes on there, and it's like there's just a history down there. I hate to see it all going away. That big gray square thing in the middle took all the little cottages that used to be there. And there was so much history there, it's just, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next up.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. My name is Marion Moe. I'm another neighbor and I support the appeal. I will be very brief. I think the main point, the single point that I hope you understand, and I don't think you've been given enough of a background to fully understand the impact of the fact that this building site is in a protected historic district, and it is a locally registered historic resource. It gives it a different legal protection than anything else that you've been hearing from your staff tonight, which is, it's not about the zoning, it's not about the size of the lot, it's about whether it meets the Secretary's standards. And it is not a subjective standard that you can just wiggle around. There's lots of case law, it's federal law, state law, and because it's locally registered, it's also your local law here. You've been given apples and oranges, and the zoning and lot lines are one thing. Federal law and state law under CEQA incorporates all of these. The exemptions that were cited by the applicant don't apply. They're trying to say that because using the conclusory thing that it's not a significant impact on the law. The historic preservation requirements and the Secretary of Interior standards were incorporated into CEQA about 10 years ago. They are part of CEQA, and that you need to meet the fact that it's more than 50% of the fluoride structures being added, which is one of the criteria under CEQA. So you've got, it's not just some abstract concept out there. by being a part of a historic district, you've got to comply with SEQA and the Secretary Standards and the Coastal Act. And under the Coastal Act, the neighborhood considerations are really important. So you've got some documentation that this neighborhood is being eroded away. That could be an issue, particularly for this project. So I really urge you to fully understand the implications of it being a locally registered historic resource. The State Office of Historic Preservation is the sort of the state overseer of this, and they may very well be able to help you understand more clearly your obligations for buildings that are in the historic district. Thank you very much. And I just want to make one more thing. One of the reasons that the extension was requested was to have the historic preservation or the qualified historic historian who did all this work, background on this, was not able to be here tonight. And I think she would have been a tremendous benefit to you. And if there's any way you would want to continue this, to allow her to speak to you about this, your obligations.
Thank you very much. Your
Thank
time is
you.
up. Anybody else in the public that wishes to speak? Seeing none, is there anybody online wishing to speak?
No, sir.
This proceedings is closed. Now we'll bring it back to the council. And who wants to go ahead? Councilman Morales.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a couple of questions for Mr. McGowan. As I look at this, it looks like they lowered the ADU height already. It looks like, if I understand this correctly, that they could have went up to 25 feet in height. They limited the height to 20 feet, 11 inches for the second story. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And all of this met our code, and there was nothing that was outside the code. I see that the coverage is 59%, 1,047 square feet, which is 1% less than the max. And I think it's, a couple of people said it, and I think it's important to realize that there is no guarantee of view. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And it looks like, with the phase 2 historic assessment, we've had 2 historians. We've had to go to the HRC twice. We've had to go to the Planning Commission twice.
Planning Commission once.
Once,
correct?
it didn't go in 2024?
No, it never made it. Well, we took it back because the applicant got a new historian. So in light of the new historian and new information, we thought we wanted to bring it back to the HRC to get their recommendation before moving forward to Planning Commission.
Okay. And it was approved by the Planning Commission December 11th at a 4-1 vote. There were 2 absences. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It seems like this project, although I'm not insensitive to the folks that live behind it, but it seems as though this project has been vetted and vetted and vetted again. I can't really support not letting it move forward. So,
Okay. Who else? Councilmember Dewey.
Thank you. I think I'm in concurrence with what Councilman Rao was stating here. I just wanted to ask, there was some mention around effectively this is a special community and it needs to have this village-like feel, which needs to be preserved. Does that have a bearing on the proceedings here?
You're correct. It does have a village-like feel. It is a special community, and we have several zoning provisions that protect that community. We have our site development standards that are found in the regulations for the Mermaid District. We have our historic preservation regulations that require or define when a historic property is demolished. In this particular case, the original historic property is not being demolished per our definition. We have design standards that the project has complied with and has been reviewed by our Historic Resources Commission and reviewed twice, as Mr. McCowan had mentioned, and recommended approval of this to the Planning Commission. And then we also have the CEQA provisions that provide a requirement that we at the staff level review a project to determine if it's going to indeed result in a significant impact. In the review of this project against the CEQA exemptions that we have in place, we found that it did not result in a significant impact. So it is compatible with the neighborhood. Coupled with that, again, we do have discretionary review on the part of our Planning Commission that is charged with looking at a project and all of these various rules and policies that the city has in place and kind of weighing in the balance whether or not the changes and additions that are being proposed result in a structure that is compatible. In fact, the Planning Commission, as reflected in their vote, did find that the project as proposed, as you're considering it this evening, is compatible with the neighborhood.
I appreciate that, and thank you for mentioning that on the record. No, and these things have come in the past too, and I always find it. Thank you for everybody for sharing your opinion. Unfortunately, views are not something that technically we can protect. There exist. What I find is ultimately the applicant has to live in this neighborhood. You would want cooperation on all sides to live there. Unfortunately, it seems like we're in a certain direction here, which can be reverted. And I do see that there were concessions made by the applicant to effectively take what appears to be like a deteriorating kind of like place or environment to make it more better and kind of bring it up to the standards according to what the city expects and according to the code that we have. And I read this to kind of like see it to the way I got this was we're complying with the Secretary of State's interior standards. Objective standards were met. For instance, there were I actually read something that said that we're restoring the home to the original board and batten kind of wall cladding, which seems like there's something coming back which was not there before. And then the CEQA seems to be like a debate, but per staff, it looks like the CEQA exemptions do apply. So to me, like it's kind of like checks the boxes with respect to the fact that, and it seems like the applicant has gone through somewhat of the mill to get this going. So I think we're in a spot where we need to deny the appeal and kind of like move forward with what the applicant has proposed. So anyway, those were my thoughts, but thank you.
Okay, who wishes to go next? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I do appreciate the board and batten treatment of the original structure, trying to respect its original design. And yes, it does appear that CEQA exemption does apply. I agree with that as well. And this has been an incredibly difficult decision to make because one, we did provide a thorough process. The processes were followed. We the public were involved in that decision making at every step of the way. It's difficult because one, it's hard to 100% agree with the outcome or the design, and this process has seemed to poke holes in our code and process and lay bare some of our weaknesses. If this is what can come forward, first of all, I don't mean to demean the efforts and the compromises and the attempts that were made to be as respectful to our the historical integrity of the property itself. However, the addition to the building does lie in sharp contrast to the historic character of the original structure. And this would seem to provide a way forward for having historical resources then become to degrade the historical significance and viability of a property through this type of mechanism. So I'm concerned with that. Yes, we followed our processes, but our processes allow a situation in which the historical significance of the property itself, in my view, seems to have been damaged. I think something that would help that would provide clearer and more prescriptive design standards, and that might be something that we bring forward. I don't think it has bearing on this case right now, but it is something that needs to be addressed. We need to have clearer guidelines to help respect the history of a building and the historical character of a property. I did have a question for the city. Is this going to be 2 addresses or 1? Is the ADU going to be a separate address?
We do require a separate address for the ADU.
Okay, that's excellent. That actually does help alleviate some of that issue, and that the first address is still adhering to the HRE, whereas the new address would be separate from that. Okay, all right. So much like with council members Rao and Paduri, I don't see a legal stance for not approving and supporting the city in approving this permit.
Thank you. Councilman Walker. Go ahead, Lori. Okay.
Thanks very much. Yeah, there are so many questions that I want to make sure we address because this is very important. It is a hearing. It has to be based on legal findings. So we're not necessarily at liberty to say we would prefer something different than what our code allows. And so we have to be careful to adhere to that. So in light of that, a lot of this has been addressed, but I think it's helpful to hear it from the city and legal if that's important too. So there was mention of the mass being greater than the original and that removal of the garage, even though it's been converted, whether or not it holds the historic integrity, now takes it to greater than 50% being demolished, or I'm sorry, the 50% coverage issue. And that would potentially make it not eligible to have the CEQA. I'm sorry, I've got so many things running through my brain. My words are not coming to me tonight. So with regards to the issues raised around CEQA, are there legal guidelines that would say we have not met our due diligence?
We are relying on the 2 categorical exemptions for CEQA. The first one is the Class 1 exemption. I just wanted to note that in addition to what the appellate mentioned, there is also a provision that says that additions or alterations up to 10,000 square feet can be done to existing structures if there are services that are available to that site. And so that qualification applies in this case. For the other exemption we relied on, categorical exemption 31, that's a historic resources. That asks us to evaluate whether or not is going to be a significant impact to a historic resource. We first rely on our own code requirements and our definitions for what a demolition is, and this project did not rise to the level of a demolition of a historic resource. And then it also asks us, is this project compliant with the Secretary of the Interior standards? And there's quite a number of standards. One of them relates to the rehabilitation of a historic resource. From our standpoint, and I think we received agreement from the applicant's historic preservation consultant that the project does comply with the Secretary of the Interior standards. There isn't so much a relationship between the size of an addition to the historic resource and what the original historic resource is. It's whether or not the historic resource is retained. And in this case, that historic resource is retained. In fact, the only alterations being done to it are the demolition of inappropriate addition at the back of the structure, and then the removal of the non-compliant garage And then the connection, that little hyphen between the existing historic structure and the area where the second story of the second story space for the existing home is, plus the ADU and then the garage. So we think that if you were to take away that additions, you'd still have the historic structure in this instance. That's coupled with the fact that they are restoring some of the elements of that historic structure, the board and bat siding, the restoration of the window, and the retention of that door in the front. So we do feel that it is compliant with the Secretary of the Interior standards, and the categorical exemptions we've identified are appropriate.
Okay, and I see the the city attorney nodding his head too. And I think that those are some relevant points because they are making the effort to restore more of the integrity back to the initial structure, from my understanding of the item and from what we've heard tonight. And as much as we would like to be able to protect views, unfortunately, that is not under our purview. And from my understanding, there are a couple of things that maybe apply to that. It is a separate lot, which in theory can have its own structure. I'm not sure how how that property is actually, I would presume that there could be something built there. There just hasn't been to date. And I know there's the issue of the ADU, and there are some state regulations where we do need to approve ADUs that are submitted. I also understand that it could potentially be a first story ADU, but then there's the issue of the parking with the garage. So it's hard because although, like you're saying, in overall mass, I appreciate you talking about the Secretary of State information because that was going to be my other question. Are there any valid violations of those Secretary of State guidelines? And I would have preferred to be able to hear from the appellant's historian again, just to make sure there was clarity on that. But it sounds like the main issues that they had were addressed. So yeah, I guess when it comes down to it, if it follows our code, we're required to vote according to findings, which are legal requirements. So I'm not finding the grounds based on the questions we've asked to be able to not uphold the decisions by the Historic Resources Committee and the Planning Commission. I think I had one more question. So just to make sure I'm doing due diligence, I want to make sure I address them all. So we're saying that the removal of the garage does not violate the historic resource. And so that isn't something we have to be concerned about in a potential appeal to the Coastal Commission?
That's correct. As Mr. Supernowitz mentioned, the Page Turnbull surveys that were done were windshield surveys. So it got the property on our historic resources inventory. And when a project like this comes forward, then we do a much more detailed analysis of that building. And in the case of this site, we found that the garage was no longer a garage, and it had been altered to the point where it was no longer retaining its historic significance because, one, it wasn't a garage, and then there were changes made to it which altered the character of that portion of the structure, plus its condition. And those are all things that the city has evaluated for other properties on the historic inventory in the past and found that those alterations made that portion of the building no longer a qualifying element of the historic property. So we did carefully look at that.
And removal of the garage will not in any way affect the qualification of the original house for still being listed on the HRI as a historic resource.
That's correct. Yes.
Because I think that was an important point to make sure of as well, because it sounded like there was concern the house would then not be eligible with the garage removed, but it sounds like it will indeed still be an eligible listing.
Well, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think you've addressed the questions that I had. And there is an appreciation that the owners are trying to make sure they are upholding the character. Unfortunately, driving around so many buildings in that neighborhood have grown into large, and I totally understand the loss of some of that village feel. But it seems like they have tried to design, and just one more clarification, because they had mentioned that the new addition is actually taller than the original. And is that the case, or was that prior to the changes between the two hearings?
I think as originally submitted, the addition was taller, but in response to comments from neighbors, the HRC, and then their new historians review, they designed it so the addition is now lower than the original structure.
Okay. So yeah, so it sounds like now through all of this lengthy process and the various stages, that all of the things that would potentially be problematic from a legal standpoint, as far as being overturned if we were to go with the decision of the HRC and the Planning Commission, have pretty much all been addressed. Would that be the city's assessment?
Yeah, one of the ways to think about that is that the project is consistent with the regulatory environment, that being the municipal code, the standards and things like that. So if you can make the finding that the project is consistent with those regulations, then you have what you need to move forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that information. That's very helpful, just for making sure we're really weighing all of the essential aspects of it and staying within our guidelines of following the actual findings of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Garfield has a question online.
Just a comment if I may, my turn.
Yes.
So along this, here we are. 3 different of our boards and commissions have reviewed this and passed it along. We rely on them for their expertise. We build their expertise with their collaboration with our staff. And our staff has done a marvelous job of getting it through this process. Sorry. I hear you that this is not a satisfactory outcome for the neighbors. However, this is a satisfactory outcome from other neighbors that want to see that building not fall into disrepair, that it be salvaged. And so I know we've talked about it being rehabilitation versus demolition. I think this is a rescue. And if we let it go any further, this building is going to fall in on itself to the detriment of salvaging any of it. So I think we need to move forward. Certainly the appellants have the option to consider other appeals, but I think we've been well informed, and I vote to deny the appeal.
Thank you, Council Member Garfield. I'm last up, and first of all, I want to thank all the people that have spoken and the staff, including the appellants. It's we take all this into consideration. There's no doubt about it. I want to just reiterate what some of my fellow colleagues have said, but I do want to bring up, Councilmember Garfield talked a little bit about this, that from all indications of, and I've read the report several times, and it takes a lot of time, but I did it. And I think it's important to realize that this is going to improve the neighborhood. You know, in that neighborhood, that will be improved. Also, I want to compliment what Member Garfield talked about is the heavy lifting of the Architectural Review Board and Planning Commission and the staff that has spent so much time on this. And this has been going on since February of 2024 for several years. And I know it had to be stopped and so forth. So I'm not going to repeat what everybody else said, but I agree to deny the appeal. Do I have a motion?
Motion, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion that we deny the appeal and affirm the Planning Commission approval of architectural permit and coastal development permit CDP 24-0044 based on findings, conditions of approval in Class 1 and Class 31 categorical exemptions.
And I'll second that.
Yes. Councilmember Rao,
Aye.
Mayor Potem Emilio, Councilmember Walking Stick,
Aye.
Councilmember Baduri,
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald,
Aye.
and Councilmember Garfield.
Aye.
Motion carries 601 with Mayor Smith absent.
Thank you all. We are going to take a 10-minute recess. At 8 o'clock. We will return. At this time, we'll be taking a 10-minute recess.
Your Honor.
Recording stopped.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order.
Recording in progress.
Our next item on the agenda is 11B, recreational drones. And I know Matthew, Mr. Mogensen, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. That's a lot. It's a mouthful. This is a simple item to introduce. I think you did the most of the review at the last meeting, so we're following the direction from that meeting. So to give you an overview, though, on October 1st of last year, Councilmember McDonald presented an item requesting staff to return to the council with an ordinance that regulated unmanned aircraft systems, so drones. And then on January 21st, we came forward with an ordinance that provided those regulations. And after the council deliberated, it was decided that to direct staff to come back with an ordinance that only looks to regulate the recreational drones at this point in time. And then we'll have further discussions on research and business regulations. So the ordinance that's before you tonight is just that. It has very simply is just banning recreational use of drones. So there's not a whole lot to describe beyond that. But the purpose of this is again to prohibit the operation of recreational drones except as expressly prohibited by federal and state law in order to protect the privacy of residents and visitors of the city of Pacific Grove and to protect wildlife, birds, including but not limited to disturbing animals during breeding, nesting, rearing of young, and other critical life history functions. So this ordinance that is proposed before you tonight is an urgency ordinance, and with that, it requires a 4/5 vote. So because we have 7 council members and there are 6 present, it'll take a vote of 6 in order to pass this urgency ordinance. And the city attorney can fill this in more, but it basically makes the ordinance effective immediately versus a standard process of 2 reads in 30 days. With that, I'm available for questions, and so is our special counsel, Elena from the last meeting as well.
I think what we'll do first before we go to the council is go out for public comment. Okay. Is there any public comment on this particular ordinance? Hearing none, let's bring it back to the council. Is there
Not mine either, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait a minute. We had one
Did we?
person here.
Okay. Inga Lawrence and Joymer.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I urge you to vote unanimously for this urgency ordinance. We need it for protection of our wildlife and our public. Thank you.
Thank you. No further hands,
No
Mayor.
further hands, okay. Let's bring it back to the council. Who wants to go first?
Prepare to make a motion.
I think there's some discussion. I have a couple of questions, but go ahead.
Okay.
What,
Should I make the motion and then we discuss, or?
we should probably discuss first, I would think
Yes.
so. Discussion, then you can make your motion. Okay. Are there any question or
Yeah.
comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do have a comment, and I do want this to be included in the ordinance before I vote yes on this. So I do want this motion to not impact the ATC project. And as a result, I do want the ATC project to be grandfathered. So if that's the case, my suggestion is the ordinance should reflect that the ATC project is excluded under this ordinance, and possibly a definition of if that exclusion cannot happen, then I want a definition of recreational US operation, and that to be including the ATC project. So anyway, I had communicated this earlier in the week, but that's what I'm looking for to be present in the ordinance. I have sample language. If you want, I can recite that right now, or whatever you suggest.
We could, there's a couple of other comments to be made. I have a couple of comments too. Why don't you go ahead, Councilmember Baduri, you had some language. be put
Yes,
in the ordinance?
so in the previous read, there was an there was actually an exceptions kind of section. It was 11.72.020. What I would like the exceptions clause to say is that the prohibitions and permit requirements as set forth in this chapter shall not apply to any project or activity for which a valid city-issued use permit, architectural permit, or coastal development permit was approved prior to today, which is February 4, 2026.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Garfield.
Thank you, Your Honor. This may dovetail with my concern is that we've got three categories of drone licenses or drone practitioners. One's recreational. We're on board with getting that off the table. But commercial and research are things we're still working on. Would something working on the ATC fall under a commercial drone license where it's used by a construction? And therefore it's covered in that way.
That's my.
Was there anything else, Councilmember Garfield?
Oh, yeah, this other one is, I'm dying and I'm here, so you got 6 votes, but I still want a couple of these ideas fleshed out. Thank you.
Councilmember Walking Stick, did you have a comment?
Yeah, my comment was that because this covers recreational, I don't think it affects ATC. ATC would fall into commercial. I think pretty clearly. I would like confirmation on that from the city. I don't think ATC is in it for the fun. So again, I think we're already covered by that.
Mr. Morgan.
Sure, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if the use was recreational at the ATC site, that would be prohibitive. If it was a commercial use at the ATC site, then that would be covered, then this would not apply to that because it would be a commercial use.
Okay.
It's,
Go ahead.
I just want to ask Mr. Mogensen really quickly. An additional drone ordinance will come back before the council that'll tighten up maybe a little bit of the commercial piece of it, right? But this is just recreational only.
That's correct, council member. That was a direction to staff, is to come back after we consult with some of the stakeholders with a revised ordinance for commercial and for research uses. However, I believe the way Mr. City Attorney characterized it, that's true, that if it was, a recreational use on ATC, this will apply, and if it's not, then it would not.
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilmember. Green.
So I have been through essentially a lot of time on the ATC project. There were several, and I mean, there were several constraints already on the project. I do not know, and I do not know if any of this recreational, I kind of agree, like it's commercial, it should not happen. But I do not know, based on all those restrictions that were applied, like site survey, there was photography, there was biological monitoring, there were, and those were just the 3 that I'm counting on, but like there were others too. And I don't know what will actually apply or not apply commercially or recreationally on this. So if everybody agrees that this is recreational only, then you should not have a concern to actually add a language to say that the ATC is part of the exception. So I don't see why there's a protest there. But anyway, like I said, I want that clause there. Otherwise, I'm not voting yes.
Okay. Before I speak, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm confused because we said we were coming back to do recreation only. We said we were tabling the commercial and the research until later. We're meeting with Hopkins this week about the research part of it. So this doesn't impact ATC. The idea was to have an urgency ones. We're in the middle of pupping season already now, or in the beginning, I should say. The boy nesting season is also in the beginning. So the ATC is a commercial enterprise. So why would they I'm not understanding why they would be flying recreationally. And when we come back with the commercial part of it, that will indeed include, if ATC is commercial, that absolutely would include them as well. So this particular one is for recreational. So I'm not understanding why we would include a commercial entity on something that's for recreational drone prohibitions.
So I totally agree with what you're saying. I'm just saying, having gone through the exercise of the ATC project approval, I'm not willing to take the risk of not having a clause here which says this does not apply to ATC at this point in time. So I do want that clause. It needs to be explicit to say, we're permitting this does not impact the ATC in any way. And if everybody feels that this does not, like I said, like if everybody feels this does not impact ATC, then why can't we have that clause?
Okay, but in rebuttal to that, then what happens if somebody just claims I'm with ATC so I can fly a recreational drone all I want because I'm on ATC property? That actually opens the door for anybody recreationally to potentially fly a drone because they say they're at the ATC.
Right. So that's why the language that I proposed does have, for example, it cites the fact that you need to have a valid city issued permit or a coastal development permit. So the conditions of the permits need to be satisfied and they need to have been approved prior to today for anybody to qualify under that exception. So I don't think somebody is going to get a coastal development permit and say they're with ATC, I'm going to do anything they want.
Okay, I'm still not sure how it applies to recreational drones, so I'm not sure how we would add that into the existing ordinance since the ordinance is the proposed ordinance was for recreational drones.
But Dory, is your thought that operation of drones within the physical airspace over the ATC would be carved out regardless of the use, whether it's recreational or commercial?
No, so this is not like carving out some space or some type of operator. I'm just saying, unless somebody has reviewed the entire ATC project, the entire permit, and tells me for sure that that is not going to impact this ordinance in any manner now or the future, I'm not willing to sign off on this. And I'm saying because I'm not willing, one way to go look around that is to just say, look, whoever we have blessed in the past, they're excluded from this. And I want the ATC to be excluded.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Why? We're addressing one single group here in PG through ordinance, so why?
Let me stop this for a second here. He's made a point. If there's a motion to add that to the ordinance, that's fine. I have a couple of things I have to ask about the ordinance also. Now, I wasn't here for the first one because I was in the legislature, and but I was made aware of what had happened. So my question is the financial impact. Okay, it says there's no direct financial impact as a result of the ordinance. Enforcement of the recreation drone ban will take staff time, but it is not possible to estimate the magnitude of the time. I understand that. So if a recreational drone is found and they don't have a permit or whatever it is, who enforces that? I mean, who would enforce that? Does the police department deal with it, or community service? Who would enforce that?
Well, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I would say typically it would probably be a police officer or CSO. However, it could also just be our code enforcement officer. I will say the deputy city manager and I tried to enforce it last night at the Kimpton grand opening. So we just walked over and talked to the person. So it could be as simple as that, or it could be actually writing tickets.
Okay. The other question I had is under the ordinance number 4. The city determined in light of the increase of the use of the drones. There's 2 questions I have there. Do we have an amount of how many drones have been flown in the area? Does anybody have an idea? I've been in town since quite a long time and I haven't seen any. Have you? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
100%. That's why this ordinance is coming before council. We see continual, continual disturbances. We have people who monitor the Black Oyster Catcher Colony. It's a project that's already happened for 10 years. I think we're going into our 12th year this year that documents the drone disturbances. NOAA uses the reports that the SEAL team collects for the disturbances for the SEALs. So yes, it's very well documented, the disturbances. At the meeting last time, Vicki Pierce gave a moving, unfortunate rendition of a drone pulling a Black Oyster Catcher pair from their nest. And while it was off chasing the drone, which it sees as a raptor and a predator, they lost their clutch that they had laid eggs for. So the problem is that disturbance, they see it as extremely disturbing. They see it as something they have to do to protect their young. They often will leave their nest and leave their young unattended for up to half an hour to not draw the predator back to the nest in order to protect their young. We get a lot, the people who are on the trail all the time get complaints from tourists, actually, even like, why are these drones flying over our heads? Because people are flying.
I believe
trail. Okay.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
So, the question is, I had one more question. So you kind of answered it, Councilmember Lori. You already answered some of the questions. And we're just talking strictly recreational drones, correct? We're not dealing with anything else.
That's correct as the subject matter of this urgency ordinance.
Right. That's what I read. So, and the commercial, I know Mark Hopkins Marine was talked about. They're great partners with the city of Pacific Grove. And we're going to be dealing with the commercial end. Do you know when the commercial drone will be coming forward? That's been talked about a little bit.
That's I don't have a definite date of when we'll bring that back. We are having our first meeting tomorrow with the stakeholders. So from that, it could be within the next 2 meetings, or if it depends on how much more development or less development.
I see. And will that include any of the hotels that are being built? For example, Councilmember Baduri mentioned ATC. Will they be contacting the Cannery Row? Will you be contacting Cannery Row Company?
We had not reached out to Cannery Row Company or to the ATC developers. We had talked to the aquarium on the first draft, and they didn't have concerns because I guess they don't really do operations in Pacific Grove typically. So, so we thought we would start with the Hopkins folks because they're more in the prime location there, but we could definitely reach out to others as well and understand their concerns.
Yeah, that's my suggestion to, because I know Cannery Row Company has quite a few locations, both in Pacific Grove and the ATC project. So I don't have any more to add. Yes.
The opposite. So yeah, this is clear. Oh, sorry. Councilmember Garfield had her hand up.
Oh.
You want to let her talk?
Yes.
She's feeling well.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember.
Would it be appropriate in this facts to note that this emergency ordinance does not impact the use of research drones or commercial drones, each of which requires a license? It clearly specifies that this is only about recreational use, and that research and commercial ones are exempted from this ordinance. They are, however, required to have a license. So that would specify that an unlicensed commercial drone is not going to be covered. By the way, have we changed this from puppy to pupping season? Okay, thank you.
We
I
have
didn't see it in my
updated it.
printout. Okay, great. Thank you. So I hear concerns that we don't weaponize getting rid of one kind of one kind of user. I also don't know how you tell the difference. So if you're on the coastal trail and you see a drone, how do you know who the operator is? Is it recreational, commercial, or research? Because it speaks to the ability to effectively enforce.
Was there anything else, Councilmember Garfield?
No, that would be my final question. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's an important part in regards to if you see one on the recreational trail, who do you call? Councilmember
What,
Roth.
this is for the city attorney. Which way do you feel would be better as far as the wording to ensure that there is no impact to, you know, current construction projects, or, you know, do we need a qualifier in there to say that this is recreational only and it doesn't apply and you still need a commercial permit?
If it was the pleasure of the council to go in that direction, I would suggest that section 11.72.030, the existing language becomes subdivision A, and then subdivision B could start with, you know, notwithstanding subdivision A, and then whatever language you wanted to include there.
Okay.
I'm
think
sorry,
this is-
which section was that, Mr. Lorca?
Section 11.72.030, as it deals specifically with drones, whereas section 72.020 is aircraft in general. So I would, the existing language there, I would turn into subdivision A, if that was the pleasure of the council, and then the new language could start in subdivision B.
I personally think that this is an urgent situation. We need to get it done tonight. I want Councilmember Pedori. I agree with him that, you know, this needs a layer of protection, but I just want to figure out the best way to include that so that the ATC is not impacted.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if indeed that's the pleasure of the council, then we would ask that Councilmember Pedori read that back slowly, and that so we could insert that in the new subdivision B.
Okay,
If that was the pleasure of the council, we're ready to jot it down.
I'm okay with it. How about the rest of the council? Okay, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor and council. Sorry to interrupt. I would ask clarification of Councilmember Peduri regarding whether his suggested language relates to just the properties or people that have permits in general, such that if they have a permit, they would be allowed to use recreational drones all over the city, or are we just talking about the area of the specific development? Is that what we mean?
So if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I didn't, so this is a urgency ordinance slated for a certain kind of area or kind of like region. And so whatever exceptions we're qualifying are related to that ordinance itself. So whatever the language is for the urgency ordinance, it'll pertain to the same. What we're really doing here is an opt-out clause for effectively the ATC. And my language had like a coastal development permit in there. So I think that ATC will fall under that exception. And again, like I know somebody said, I mean, Councilmember McDonald said like somebody can pose as an ATC and kind of do things, but technically nothing is happening at the ATC right now. So, I mean, effectively, anybody who's doing recreational droning right now, we can use this urgency ordinance to enforce whatever we need to enforce. And if anybody has a problem with the language, we still have time to rectify it in the future to see what needs to be done. But what I do want to have in place today is something which protects the ATC. I know I'm totally in for this urgency ordinance. I just need protection for the ATC too.
And Mr. Lorca, you mentioned it'd be under section
Of the ordinance, section 2 of the ordinance, which references section 11.72.030 of the new municipal code. The existing paragraph could be subdivision A, and then Councilmember Pedori's suggested language could be
In that.
subdivision B. So
Okay.
we would have the general prohibition followed by a subdivision talking about the exemption, the exception. And if that was the pleasure of the council, I think staff would appreciate it, reading it back slowly so we could make sure it's published right. And
Absolutely. So my language was the prohibitions and permit requirements set forth in this chapter shall not apply to any project or activity for which a valid city-issued use permit, architectural permit, or coastal development permit was approved prior to February 4th, 2026.
through the mayor,
Yes.
Councilmember Pedori, so that the addition is specific to drones, it might be prudent to say prohibitions, set forth with respect to UAS or UASs. And that way we're limiting it to drones and it's not applicable to other aircraft more broadly, because I think that's what we're
Okay.
after. Is that with that?
Okay, isn't the urgency ordinance for chapter 11.72, which is aircraft landing, which is more broader?
Which is broader. So
So this
Then
needs to be more broader too, right?
72.030 is drones specifically, rather than aircraft that could include helicopters and things like that.
You know, what I'm saying is, the urgency ordinance, which starts by saying an urgency ordinance XYZ repealing and replacing chapter 11.72, and it says cites aircraft landing, regulating aircraft launch and landing, and to prohibit recreational UAS. That's the title of this urgency ordinance. I want this exception to reflect whatever the title is,
Okay.
not specific to whatever we're again qualifying it against.
Yes, Councilmember Wong.
Yeah, the your choice of language of saying chapter is feels overly it feels overly ambiguous, like that could apply to the whole code. In other words, no further changes to our UAV code would then affect the ATC, just as a blanket, not just that sounds like it wouldn't just affect recreational activity, but literally all activity. Is that your intent?
Okay, so let me just make sure so when I say it's set forth in this chapter, I'm talking about the urgency ordinance under which this is under. And so if you want to pre-qualify that by saying chapter 11.72, I'm fine with it. But it's the new ordinance that we're developing now where we're excluding this. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. I guess I have another question for the city is, are the rest of the commercial and research UAV, UAS ordinances going to be under 11.72?
Can you repeat the question?
Is 11.72 also going to cover the commercial and the research UAS permits?
So Councilmember, I don't, I could see if Elena has already mapped this out a bit, but I'm not sure that we've actually mapped that yet in the code and the way it's all going to fall together when you have one cohesive recreational research. So it may be within 11.72. I think though that maybe towards where you're going here is when it does come back as one more comprehensive code, that's not just going to be are banning recreational, you'll have another opportunity to make changes to the overall code, and then you could make those adjustments as needed, but we don't know until we.
Okay,
Right.
so my concern is that we create a categorical exemption for a party here in Pacific Grove. And I don't want a categorical exemption. Like if we want to address this, that seems reasonable. I mean, you can get me to go along insofar as that, so that we can get this, passed. However, I don't want to give a categorical exemption for all future ordinances as well, right? Because there can be some things that come up that are important, but we haven't got there yet. So I don't want to throw get out of jail free cards out now. You know, we can discuss those things later, but if we're going to make an exemption, I want it to be specific to what we're talking about right now. That's my concern, and that's my goal. I don't want to start prescribing wording on how to accomplish that. I'll leave that to you. But would you be receptive to that? Are you okay with where I'm at on that?
So through the mayor, so I do want to, I think it's better if you put this as an example, because by this language, I'm saying anything which was effectively approved before today are the only ones that are coming into play. Whatever is happening in the future is not coming into play. Whatever has happened in the past is coming into play. And the only past item right now that I know of is ATC. So I want to understand your categorical exemption that you're referring to. What is that exactly? Can you cite an example?
Sure. No, I can further explain. What I'm talking about is we do have permits that have been assigned, right? We're not revoking any of that. But there may be ordinances that come up in the future that they would then have to abide by. You know, it's like, let's say that we start codifying things like they can't be used in the commission of a murder. You know, some simple things like that. You don't give someone a pass on everything. You don't say, in the future, everything's going to be fine because you already have your permit, so any future code does not apply to you. I'm really not comfortable making that kind of statement.
I'm sorry, and through the mayor, but I'm not quite following, and I think I'm comfortable with the language that I proposed. So.
Yes, Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, the concern is that somehow the recreational drone ordinance will be misappropriately used and include the ATC. So although it's not included in this, I think that the language that was discussed wouldn't hurt the recreational drones, except that I think it needs to specify that it's for commercial and research permits, because the point of the ordinance is to not allow recreational flights. And I don't think you're supporting recreational flights either with what your concern is. Do I understand that correctly?
Sorry, there's a lot back and forth. So that's a simple point. I want ATC protection, and all the other items that we're discussing right now, I know there's going to be future action items, commercial, research, et cetera, that are going to come in the future, where we'll be certainly looking into language, even this perhaps, we'll look into language to refine it. Today, for this urgency ordinance, I just want ATC protection, and I'm suggesting this language. That's all that there is. We don't have to delve into what is happening a year from now, because within a year from now, we're going to have other potential agenda items which will address commercial, which will address research, and there may be other use cases too that I don't know of.
Let's we'll bring this back. Kind of bring it back here. Mr. Lorca, let me ask you, you said you might be able to add something to language 11.72.30, was it?
Yes, however, pursuant to Councilmember Pedori's desire that the amendment be applicable more broadly, perhaps it could be couched under section 11.72.020 B new 3. So an exemption that would live there and then apply more broadly than just drones.
Okay, as a spirit of compromise, what do you think, Councilmember Badri?
And that's perfectly fine. I think that's where I was originally going with, was there are exceptions. There's our exception clauses here anyway. We can as well include this as an exception. Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion. Did you get direction on this then, Mr. Lorca?
As long as staff has written down the language exactly, then you can entertain a motion.
Okay, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion on this item.
I would like to make this motion with the addition of the clause as I described under section 11.72.020, and that exception being whatever I recited earlier.
And I'll second that. Yes, discussion?
Yeah, can we please have that read back so we know what we're actually voting on?
Certainly. I have under 11.72.020 as an exception, and the new three, the following. The prohibitions and permit requirements set forth in this chapter shall not apply to any project or activity for which a valid city-issued use permit, architectural permit, or CDP, and I apologize that I'm drawing a blank on that.
So development permit.
Thank you. Coastal Development Permit was approved prior to February 4th, 2026.
I can see that working in that context. My concern was, and I might not have expressed that well previously, is that particular wording opens it up for existing recreational drone permits to still be valid too, whereas we're currently doing a prohibition on recreational. That's why I was asking, can we clarify that that's for commercial, which ATC is definitely commercial, or research, because that does not apply currently. By not specifying, it's basically saying any existing recreational permit is still in effect, and that would be of concern.
Do we have any recreational permits out there at this point?
I do not know if we have any on file recreational permits. I'm not sure if anybody in the chambers tonight would know that, but I believe the permits we're talking about are development permits or previously, so properties that are entitled but not yet constructed.
Yeah, so can you tell me a city issued use permit, an architectural permit, a coastal development permit, does that qualify as a recreational permit?
No, those are separate permits.
And that's exactly what I have in the language.
So I have to ask the rest of the council, are you okay with Councilmember Baduri's addition on that particular subsection or it's the section?
I think Councilmember Garfield.
Oh, I'm sorry. One moment, please. Councilmember Garfield, did you have a comment?
I do. I'm increasingly uncomfortable with giving the ATC or anybody in that category that's permitted, architectural permit, coastal development permit, essentially what is not specified as being that is a commercial use. And so it would seem to my perspective on it is that having a commercial license allows us to ascertain whether they understand the rules. They've got the FAA coverage. They understand the rules that we give them on animal harassment, marine mammal, blah, 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 blah. So having a commercial permit gives us an opportunity to say, this is what you can do, this is what you can't do. And I don't think it has anything to do with whether they have a coastal development permit. I think it has to do with whether they have a commercial license. And I don't want to mix those up because I think any project that is a commercial project that uses a drone should have, those drone users should be commercial, flat out, period. And this is about recreational use, so maybe it doesn't belong in here.
Is there anything else, Councilmember Garfield? Was that? Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. I feel like we've gotten so in the weeds, which I understand we needed to do that, but it's really essential that we don't miss the critical point of the item before us tonight, which is to have the ban on the recreational drones. So if this language will reassure Councilmember Perduri that it's not going to affect the ATC or other commercial permits that already exist, that's fine, because I mean, technically it doesn't already do that anyway, so we're not really, it's not necessarily changing anything effectively, but it makes that clear. And so if that means that we can move forward with getting the ban on the recreational drones, so we have the protections in place, because remember, we're doing this because it is a violation of the Marine Mammal Protection Act to be disturbing the wildlife, which we are seeing on a regular basis. And that's what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to protect that. And so if that gets us there, then I think that it's worth moving forward. And then we will bring forward the commercial and the
So
research in the
you're
future.
okay with Councilmember Paduri's add-on?
It's said, as long as it, like you said, that it applies to, essentially, you did say it applies to commercial. So yeah, I mean, this isn't
Can we
about
just
the
put the
commercial,
word
it's about the
commercial in
recreation.
there?
Sorry, what's?
Can we just add the word commercial in there?
I don't want to add the word commercial. Whenever we get to the commercial permit kind of like language, we can decide if we want to further refine this language. At this point, I'm comfortable with what I have.
Okay, why don't we bring it back to the council? I'm okay with the add-on. I understand your point about the, we're here to do the recreational drone. Who would like to make a motion on that?
I believe I already made the motion.
Yes. Councilmember Padoia made the motion. Correct? Yes.
I've already made the motion. I don't think there was a second, but I made the motion.
I'll go ahead and make the second motion. Should I call for?
Roll call?
Yeah,
Okay.
call for,
Councilmember Padoia,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Emilio,
aye.
Councilmember Garfield,
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Rao,
Aye.
Councilmember Walking Stick.
Aye.
Motion carries 601. Mayor Smith absent.
Thank you. Next item is the electric bikes 13A.
Oh,
Mr. Morganson?
Sure.
On the electric bikes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I'll kick this one off. So this is an item that is being brought before you due to concerns and discussions over the last, I would say, 9 months or so, since at least since school started, about some of the dangers of e-bikes around town, and people who are concerned about their usage and then where they're used and the appropriateness of that. So we've been working with a special counsel, Elena, who's on the line here with us, to kind of review what the regulatory framework is. And she's going to go through that tonight, kind of what the box is that we have to work within state laws and our local laws. And, you know, what types of changes the council could potentially direct us to look into further. From here, the idea would be that we would go develop an ordinance, and we would, at your direction, we might go to the Traffic Safety Commission if that's in your motion tonight. If not, we would just return to the council on a future date. So with that, no. Elena, do you have your presentation? You could share your screen, or we're trying to grab it here while I'm.
Yeah, if you give me a second, I can pull it up.
Okay.
Okay. And
So I
also,
would-
good evening, Mayor and Council.
Yeah.
So, here we
What she's doing that,
go.
I'll just say this is a kind of a little bit atypical. It's more of a general discussion item. It's not a public hearing tonight. We just want to hear kind of general consensus from the council on if you're interested in changes to the ordinance. Perhaps it's not changes to the ordinance, it's other things you want to look into a little bit further. So if we could, at the end of the night, have a consensus on which direction we're going, that would be really helpful to us to move forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morganson. Was the special counsel going to,
Yes,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm pulling it up and then I'm gonna switch this over to slideshow, make sure everybody can see it. All right, so is everybody able to see it?
Yes.
Great. All right. So as the city manager already mentioned, there have been increasing concerns with the impacts brought on to pedestrians and traffic by electric bikes. And so this evening, basically, I just want to give you a sort of big picture regulatory framework, what we have to work with, what we're able to do and what we're not able to do, and then ask that the council give us some direction as to whether and to what extent you want to update the current regulations that you have in your code. So the first thing I want to tell you is that, we're a little bit, we're somewhat limited in the way that we can regulate bicycles as well as e-bikes. So for our purposes, I'm going to refer to human-powered bicycles as bicycles and then electric bicycles as e-bikes. In the vehicle code, they're one definition, but just to make things a little bit easier for this conversation, those will be separate for now. So the vehicle code is unique because generally what you'll see is that with respect to city regulations or local government regulations, if the field of law that we're dealing with is not preempted by the state law, then we can regulate. The vehicle code is flipped on its head. And basically how the vehicle code works is that unless the vehicle code expressly allows local regulation, it's just not allowed. And this also applies to charter cities. It applies statewide because, of course, we have vehicles that cross borders all the time. So now I'll go over what we are in fact allowed to do. So first of all, definitions. These are from the vehicle code. These are not verbatim, of course, right? So a bicycle is a device upon which a person may ride, propelled exclusively by human power, unless we're talking about e-bikes, through a belt, chain, or gears, and having one or more wheels. And so in the vehicle code, an electric bicycle is included in the definition. But like I said, just for our purposes, I'm going to say bicycle for human powered and e-bikes for electric. So e-bikes their definition is actually pretty long, but very basically, they're bicycles that have an electric motor of maximum 750 watts. And there are 3 different classes of e-bikes, and it has to do with pedal assist or not pedal assist. But for our purposes, I think the important distinctions are that classes 1 and 2 are at a maximum of 20 miles per hour, and class 3 is at a maximum 28 miles per hour. That's the fastest they can go. When you look at them, it's really hard to tell which classes they are, right? So really, that's what I'm saying. I think the important distinction for us is how fast they can go. So there's a few more definitions, and I'm putting them in here in part because we're going to have questions about whether and to what extent you want to regulate these things, and some of these are already in the code. So pedicabs are 2 or 3 wheels. They include a sidecar or trailer to transport passengers for hire, or 4-wheeled pedal-powered devices up to 8 seats that won't go faster than maximum 15 miles an hour. And I think you've seen these before. They're sort of like, a few people, 4 people on one side, 4 people on the other, and they're all pedaling and they're, drinking margaritas and having a good time. Those fall under this definition. Motorized scooters, I think we all know what these are. They have the 2 wheels, the handlebar, there's a board to stand on, and you see them zipping around on sidewalks and streets fairly commonly. An electric personal assistive mobility device. So this is a lot of words to describe those self-balancing 2-wheel devices. They have those 2 big wheels, and they usually, they have a higher handle and they transport 1 person. You'll see them being used by tour groups very often, and they're frequently referred to as segways. That's kind of the most commonly known make of those. And then electrical motorized boards are essentially hoverboards, right? They're electric skateboards, essentially. Any questions on the definitions? Okay. All right. So we do have some regulations in our code. And currently, bicycles and e-bikes are prohibited in Perkins Park and Lovers Point Park. And also we have a regulation that prohibits e-bikes only from Pacific Grove Golf Links, El Carmelo Cemetery, property leeward of Ocean View Boulevard from the city boundary to 17th Street, except on paved portions of the recreational trail. So this is existing in the code. These regulations are found in section 14.8.15 through 0.25, I believe, or 24. In addition, there is a definition of the recreational trail in the code, which is the recreational walking and biking trail running along the city's waterfront from the city boundary on the east to 17th Street on the west. And the current regulations provide that class 1 and 2 e-bikes are permitted on the recreational trail, as are electric personal assisted mobility devices, the Segways, and the motorized boards, which is, the electric skateboards, as long as they do not exceed 12 miles per hour. And one thing I wanted to bring to the council's attention is that this speed limit apparently is a result of a speed survey that was conducted when we first adopted these regulations. So just so you know where that comes from. Also, the code says pedestrians must use the paved section of the recreational trail so as not to impede bicycle traffic. So this doesn't mean they can't use it. It just means that the bicycles essentially have the right of way. Of course, the bicycles need to be careful too, but the recreational trail is intended primarily for bicycles. We also have a regulation that says pedicabs and motorized scooters are prohibited on the recreational trail, all public parks, golf links, and El Carmelo Cemetery. So, we've got this Monterey Bay Coastal Recreational Trail that crosses several cities. And just for your information, we looked at the regulations for that are from the city and from the county with respect to the trail and with respect to the e-bikes. And in the city of Monterey, the city's code prohibits riding bicycles in areas designated by council resolutions, but not including bikeways. And then, so there are also some bike rules for the Monterey Bay Coastal Recreational Trail on the website. So for example, be careful of other riders, pass on the left, make sure people can hear you. They're basically civility rules. And the city allows all classes of e-bikes on the trail and on what they call class 1 multi-use paths. So the city has different classes of bicycle paths and they're defined, but I'm not sure that it's super relevant for you guys, but I thought you'd like to know this. And then motorized scooters are also prohibited on the trail. Then the County of Monterey actually recently changed their codes, and now they allow the use of e-bikes to the same extent and at the same locations as the use of bicycles, and require both e-bikes and bicycles to yield to pedestrians and equestrians on all county trails. So what does this mean for us? So what is it that we can and can't do under state law? So for bicycles and e-bikes, what we can do is regulate or prohibit the operation and parking of bicycles and e-bikes on sidewalks, bike paths and trails, equestrian trails, hiking trails, and other public property. And there's a little caveat regarding the bike paths and trails, because honestly, I don't think that we would ban bikes from bike paths. But we would put, for example, we could regulate where bikes can be parked, right? A lot of the time bike paths will have, little side, little side parking areas where people can park their bike. So remember that you can regulate and prohibit operation and parking. So it doesn't have to be all of it. It can be either or. One thing we cannot do is limit the use of e-bikes on bike paths that are on or adjacent to roadways. This is specifically prohibited by the vehicle code. And generally speaking, we cannot regulate operation on roadways, so public streets and highways. And this applies to bicycles, and e-bikes. Pedicabs, we can regulate or prohibit the use on roadways, trails, bike paths, and public property. And in fact, in the vehicle code, it says that these cannot operate on roadways at all without an ordinance allowing it. So unless our ordinance says they can operate on the road, they are not allowed on our roads. Motorized scooters, we can regulate and prohibit the operation and parking of scooters on sidewalks, bicycle paths, trails, or bikeways, not on the roadways. The segways, we can regulate the time, place, and manner of operation. It's sort of interesting that they use time, place, and manner in this particular section and not some of the others, but okay. But they also have a section that says that we can prohibit operation either in certain areas of the cities or throughout the city. And then the final, electrical motorized boards, there are no provisions to allow us to regulate them, which is odd, but that's where we are. So before I ask for direction or just kind of run through the questions that we're going to be asking for council, I'd like to make sure there aren't any questions or clarifications about anything that I've said so far. And Mr. Mayor, maybe Vice Mayor, maybe you can.
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you for your presentation, but before we go out to the public, Councilmember Garfield.
Yeah, and I still want to go through the questions that we want to ask, but I just wanted to pause here for a moment to see if there were any clarification questions.
This is a clarification about what you've just presented. So it's
yes
about what you've said.
Yeah.
It's, you say in here that pedestrians must use the paved section of the recreation trail. But our ordinance 14.08.061 says it's unlawful for any person to walk, run, jog, permit animals, or otherwise convey him or herself on foot along the portion of the recreation trail that's paved. So I'm not sure how you meant that phrasing, but my understanding is that except for an area that's near the mural, getting closer to Lover's Point, that the paved section is for wheels and the DG section is for feet.
Right.
And those two things don't seem to come out here.
Right. Well, the language that I read is from the current code, but the council member is pointing out that there may be some additional conflict in the existing code, and I didn't go as far as 061, and I should have apparently, because that might be something that we have to go and look at to make sure that it's made consistent. So I'm glad that you brought that up. Thank you.
Yeah, when you're walking down there, there's
Yeah.
plenty of people walking on the paved section.
Right.
It's a free for all.
Yeah.
And there's no signage. So Councilmember McDonald and I went to a very instructive conference with some members of the staff on enforcement.
Yeah.
And certainly before we start making new ordinances, I'd like to know why the current ordinance hasn't served well.
Okay. Well, I am going to lob that back to the chief. And let me just quickly go through these questions that we want the council to consider. And, the council can decide, of course, not to make any changes, right? That's an absolutely open option. So these are just questions for the council to consider. So the first question has to do with regulations that may not be consistent with our neighbor. So for example, neither the county nor the city of Monterey include speed limits, and we do. So one thing to think about is, does the city council still wish to maintain the speed limit? It was based on a speed survey, so that might be a yes, but that's completely up to the council, of course. And another question for the council to consider is, do you wish to limit the class of e-bikes permitted on the trail as they are now, or do you want to be consistent with nearby jurisdictions? Then a couple of the questions are, would you like to prohibit the use of bicycles, e-bikes, and other electric mobility devices on hiking trails or equestrian trails? These are separate from the bike trails. And would you like to regulate or prohibit the use of bicycles, e-bikes, and other electric mobility devices on sidewalks? And then if you have any changes to the current regulations, you want clarifications, if you want to keep some of these, not keep some of these, I just kind of summarize them here again, just for your convenience. And those are some of the directions that we're going to be asking about, assuming the council does want to make a change. And so if you don't mind, I would like to have the chief maybe respond to the question regarding enforcement of the current ordinance.
Yeah. Before we continue to go through this, and we want to hear from the chief, but I think we need to go out to public first. We've already had some discussion from the presentation, but first, before we have it to the council, let's go to the public. Are there anybody on the public? I see someone online, Sandra.
Yes, Your Honor, I have two hands online, or two hands raised online. Rivka Revivo.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So I just wanted to say thank you for this opportunity to address the council, and I apologize for not understanding the rules for things earlier. So tonight we heard a presentation on the regulatory landscape of e-bikes and other electric powered mobility vehicles such as segways and motorized scooters and boards. So there's going to be an opportunity for the city council to discuss and provide direction to staff regarding amendments to the current ordinance and whether such an amended ordinance should be presented to the Traffic Safety Committee. I am tremendously pleased that after several months, this topic is finally being revisited by the council. It is really critical that the council carefully review and consider what amendments may be made to the existing ordinance to improve public safety, especially in high traffic areas such as the recreational trail. However, I think it's also really critical to point out that while any updated ordinance hopes to improve public safety with respect to e-bikes and other motorized devices, no ordinance will have any effect whatsoever without enforcement. So as some of you may have seen today, KSPW reported that their public records request revealed that there have been 0 citations issued in violation of key municipal codes related to e-bike and other motorized device usage in our community during the 2023, 2024, and 2025 calendar years. This is highly significant because the lack of citations in the face of growing public concern underscores the crux of this issue, which is that the lack of enforcement of these ordinances is occurring. So put plainly, the fact that there has not been a single citation issued in over 3 years, despite overwhelming agreement among our community and many city representatives present here today, highlights the dire problem that needs to be addressed. We really need our city police to take appropriate action with respect to enforcing e-bike and motorized device ordinances. This means being present in high traffic areas, such as the recreational trail, especially during weekends and holidays when there's expected to be more activity on the trail. This also means issuing warnings, and for those who fail to comply, citations, and without enforcement, we really are risking the safety of our residents and visitors. I myself, last summer, was struck by a cyclist and injured, and have not felt comfortable being on the recreational trail since. So in a previous letter I sent to the city council and the chief of police, I noted that we do not post speed limits for cars without enforcement.
Excuse me, your time is up.
The
Thank you
same
for
should be
your
true of e-powered
comments.
vehicles on the recreational trail. Thank you.
Sandra, was there one more?
Looks like we have 3 more hands
3 more,
raised.
okay.
Christy Italiano Thomas.
Hi, I'm Christy. I'm a PG resident. I'm 74 years old and I've had a rad e-bike for 6 years. Have over 5,000 miles on it. And the thing is 6 years ago, there wasn't 5 local places renting these, and nor did all or many young kids have them. And so the key word, like the previous person said, and is there's no enforcement. When you said the presentation said those scooters, those absolutely should not be on there. I was riding all day today and one of those scooters went by, but again, there's no enforcement. And in defense of e-bikes, tonight there was also an athlete on a regular 10-speed that zoomed in and out and passed me faster than I've ever gone on my e-bike. So the bottom line is, I don't think it's just the e-bikes, it's the problem of no common sense, a person not choosing good judgment and considering safety and the pedestrians. So it would just kill me to not be allowed on that trail. I have a hard time biking on my regular bike, and well, okay, you do get a little spoiled on the e-bike, but again, I am aware of pedestrians, and most older people are, and they're not on there to race and to get there. I mean, I have the throttle, but I put it in heavy pedal because I want to get exercise. So again, it's just the common sense, and they get away with it going goofy on there because I don't know, there used to be a policeman. It was a Monterey policeman on a bike. I don't know if that's only on summer watching what's going on, but now there's a lot going on, but absolutely no enforcement. So that has to be considered. And then maybe that'll solve the problem when people start getting kicked out or get tickets. But to prohibit safe senior e-bike riders would be so sad. Bye. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sandra, was there someone else?
Yes, 2 more.
Okay.
Thank you. I agree with the last callers. There definitely needs to be enforcement. I spend a lot of time down there at Hopkins, obviously, and I have seen a lot of little accidents where the speeding bikes are hitting little kids on their bikes, and it's ridiculous. The recreation trail is for everybody at every level. So there needs to be a speed limit because we have people that are flying down there, doing wheelies, skidding out in the DG area, which they shouldn't be, running along the fence and jumping off the rocks, going up the embankment onto the road and then coming back down. We've even had motorbikes on the rec trail, and including the little yellow C cars, which don't belong there. But definitely the answer is enforcement. So please do that. Thank you.
Carl Lindstrom.
I just wanted to speak on the issue of enforcement, on the fact that a lot of this seems to go back to some of the policies. Then I hope the chief can speak to this about pursuit policies. And a lot of this I know goes back to the use of the motorcycle and how a lot of those policies don't allow two-wheeled pursuits. And so I don't know, as I read it, it seems unclear if they even allow bicycle pursuits without using a four-wheeled vehicle for enforcement. And so rather than a new ordinance, this might simply be looking back at the policies for the police department and maybe putting in writing specifically to protect officers and saying they're allowed to chase on a bike. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Sandra, is there anybody else on?
No further
I
hands,
don't
Mayor.
see- Okay, let's go out to any more in the public, in the audience? No? Okay, thank you. Let's bring it back to the council. Who wants to start this? I have some questions, but maybe they might be answered. Yes, Councilman Walking Stick.
Okay, well, my question was for your honor. Should we have Chief Day address this first and see if maybe he answers some of our questions preemptively?
Sure, we could. Chief Day, are you? Looks like you're ready.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem, while he walks up, I will add that, we didn't come prepared tonight for a full presentation on our enforcement challenges and what we can do to make those better within the city. So while we can broadly talk about these things, if you're looking for details on these, you might be a little bit let down. So tonight we really wanted to focus on, are there parts of the ordinance that you think we could do to adjust that help with the enforcement as well? Because some things are going to be more black and white, right? And I'll give you an example. There might be times when the trail is more congested than others, and perhaps those are times when bikes need to be walked in certain sections of the trail. There are certain things we can do that are a little bit more, like I said, black and white versus saying, is that guy going 12 miles an hour or is he going 13 miles an hour? It's a little bit more difficult for the most part. So I know that Chief Day has been doing quite a bit with the high school this year with the kids and trying to educate them. So he can talk a little bit about that. But in terms of like full enforcement challenges, like I said, we could return with a full item on that. But just to give you a little bit of reference, I guess, to start with. And the other thing I was trying to understand that I can look up a little bit closer is this section of the code that says you can't walk on the trail.
Yes.
So we can look at that a little bit deeper also, and because I'm not sure which section we're looking at, but it seems to go on to say that, it's unlawful to walk on a trail if you're impeding bicycles. So I think the two things could perhaps be working together, but there could be some more there. Go ahead, Chief Day.
Good, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Morganson. Yeah, we're here for rapid fire, so go ahead. Whatever questions you guys have. Yeah.
Go ahead. I just want to make a general comment. We should try to keep it focused at this time. We may have to come back with this again, because I think there's many questions just from us, and I have several too, but we may have to revisit this again. I would truly believe that. Yeah. But we've heard, this isn't, as I always say, this isn't my first rodeo and on the e-bikes, because I've been here for a little bit and we've dealt with it many times. I'm going to go ahead and start. And, if you look at what is there, over 1 billion bikes in the United States, 40 states have exactly the regulations. And I was just at a conference with the legislature down south in Sacramento, and they're all over the place on e-bikes. They don't have a consistency. My thoughts on it, just short, I think we're going to have to revisit this, is that with Xmas time, Christmas time, we've seen an increase of the bikes. I see them on, I live in Del Monte Park. Everybody knows that. I see them on David Avenue. I see them through the streets, and it appears they're flying. I think there's more regulations on the people that own the bikes. My suggestion was going to be, and I think this has to be revisited because it's going to go all over the place, but my suggestion is that if they're 12 and on up, they should be receiving some type of maybe 2-hour training about e-bikes. I think that's very important because I see up and down Lincoln Avenue, all the way to Del Monte Park, they're flying, and they're 12, 13, 14 years old. But I think I personally have seen a much more increase even around town, because since Xmas time. I think everybody decided they're going to buy the bike. And if they're under 12 years old, my thoughts on it is that the parent should go through the parent, a parent or parent or grandparent, whoever they live with, go through a couple hour training. And whether that's with the police department or fire department, I know I'm going back way back. When I had my Stingray bicycle, I went to the Monterey Police Department to get it licensed, and they handed me, this is what you should do when you're riding on the streets, No, thank you very much, sir. That was it. So I think this could go all over the place, and I really think we need to revisit this. And the other thought on it is that we're just Pacific Grove. That's what we're interested in. But this trail goes on forever. And I just wonder if the trail is wide enough for any bike, especially someone mentioned 10 speeds. I've been bypassed by 10 speeds going like faster than 28 miles an hour than an e-bike. So I think it takes a larger discussion. I truly believe that. That's my thoughts on it initially. I know you wanted some direction, but let's hear from the rest of the council. Yes, Councilmember Walkingston.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Chief Day, bringing it back to you again. It was brought up earlier. Do you allow chase on a bike?
Yeah, so as long as I'm the sitting chief, we are going to use best practices, our policy, and those things that we do to balance the need to capture a suspect in a pursuit as it pertains or compares against the safety of our public. And so that has been the issue that law enforcement has, as a whole, has had to kind of use as a tool to analyze, is it worth the chase, right? Is the liability, is the danger to the public, is it worth catching the suspect in that moment? So I would bring kind of the reality for everybody back to, for the most part with e-bikes or traffic violations, this is the lowest level of criminal violation in our state. It's an infraction. And so, the days of chasing somebody over a simple infraction does not bode well when you consider the risks of pursuit driving, especially through a small congested community such as Pacific Grove, where the population, traffic and pedestrian population is very dense. It's just not something that, you can honestly say this is worthwhile. It's a worthwhile effort. Are we putting the safety of the community at the forefront by chasing somebody for an infraction? So as a general rule of policy, we will not pursue for an infraction.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and talk real quick. Did you have anything else?
Yeah, I did have one follow-up question, but as we're reviewing this, is there something in the policy that you would have on a wish list that would make your job easier, enforcement easier? Having heard everything you just said, but is if you could weigh in on it, what would you want to see out of this?
Yeah, and I hope the council doesn't mind, but I'm going to kind of segue to answer your question. I do want to, because I think it's healthy for everybody to hear that, I think we're focused on one aspect of the issue, and really I see it as two different issues or compounding issues here in the city of Pacific Grove. Yes, we do have the issues in the recreational area, but we also, as we heard from some of the public comment, have the issues that are going on in town, not on the rec trail, not in the coastal areas, that are associated with our educational institutions. And so, kind of getting back to the comment that was made about all the work and education that's been done through my office, through partnership with the school district, has really, it's meant to be a tangible sort of outreach to curb and deter some of the other activity that's going on in town. So, there's a wish list. It's a mile long. In fact, I've been working with the city manager and special counsel for quite a while on this, looking at best practices and things that, other jurisdictions are dealing with through like Cal Cities, the League of California Cities. In fact, we just attended about an hour-long conference remotely with hundreds of electeds and city executives about 2 weeks ago at lunchtime. So it's very interesting to hear that, you know, these problems aren't localized to Pacific Grove. This is really a statewide problem. But, you know, some of these areas in California are also taking very significant action. For example, the County of San Diego has outright banned the operation of e-bikes by anybody 12 or younger. And that's through a pilot program that was pushed through the legislation. And so we've seen similar pilot programs with like speed enforcement cameras in some of the cities in the Bay Area and things of that nature. And so, you know, again, getting back to answering your question directly, Councilmember Walking Stick, other issues that we struggle with are the modifications of this equipment and the identification of the equipment. You know, these business, unfortunately, these manufacturers are in the business of making a profit. And so they're selling these items. It's my professional opinion that they're, you know, the education or the sought out educational piece by, you know, parents who are purchasing this equipment for their children, or the information that's offered by the manufacturer isn't often thorough. And so, you know, the idea is everybody's riding them. It's a trend, right? And, you know, little Johnny or Susie wants one. And so we're gonna go out and make that happen. And so understanding though that once this type of equipment is acquired, it's very easy to catch a YouTube video on how to, you know, within 10, 12 minutes, modify that to supersonic speed. So we're no longer dealing with, you know, the definitions that special counsel went over tonight on, you know, output, wattage output, and speed capabilities. 2 other points. Are there non-e-bikes that are exceeding the 12-mile-an-hour speed limit? Absolutely. You know, and so there are areas, and that's why this discussion is so important. And, you know, I support the council's notion that maybe this needs to be part of a bigger discussion. However, you know, we are looking to deconflict some of the things that were talked about. Like, yeah, I mean, our code, that is a factual thing. It actually talks about people walking on the paved portion of the e-bike trail, which is designated for bicycles rather, and to not impede that bicycle traffic. Well, I mean, what is the expectation of the council and the community that the police are out there, you know, citing families that are walking around because they may unintentionally be impeding? You know, if I'm out there walking with my family, am I looking over my shoulder every 3 seconds to make sure I'm not in the way? So it does seem to me like there could be some clarification through suggestion and recommendation by the council for maybe deconflicting or cleaning up some of what we have on the books. And again, you know, to the enforcement aspect, you know, remember, this is something that has to be observed in our presence. So.
Just my quick comment is PD, Pacific Grove Police Department does not have the capacity. Let me just ask you, is there usually what, 3 beats in town? Yeah. So they got to cover quite a lot of town compared to the recreation trail. I'm not discounting the recreational trail, but you've got other priorities. The PD has other priorities. And I just think this has to be a further discussion. I mean, we could hear from the other councils, but I see Chair Tully is waiting patiently for the thing that's going to be coming up. But I'm not trying to rush this, but if you have any quick comments, I think Mr. Mogensen.
Councilmember Garfield has had her hair
Oh, okay.
raised quite a while.
Okay. Why don't we go with the council here? I'll go to Garfield, Councilmember Garfield a second. I will acknowledge you.
Thank you. There are 2 groups that I'm particularly concerned about, and that's the pedestrian bicycle interface, whether it's on a hiking trail or the rec trail or on a street. But the schools and our school kids, keeping them safe is absolutely paramount. So I appreciate the work you're doing with the schools. And so I hope you can bring back to us what the schools need from us to keep kids safe.
Was there anything else, Councilmember
That's,
Garfield?
those are my comments. I was really, I
Okay.
think we're headed in the right direction. I think we got a lot way to go.
Yeah, I
But
agree with
I
you.
think the school kids are a group that we really want to protect.
Okay. Councilmember Rao, and then Councilmember Paul and
Uh,
Councilmember.
I think we need to first address the part of the code where pedestrians must use paved section of the recreational trail as to not impede bicycle traffic, which is counterintuitive to everything that goes on the trail. So I think we need to clean that up and make it more consistent with, you know, how they manage it through Monterey, Seaside, and all the way to Marina. Yes, I agree. I mean, we're down on the rec trail a lot. We walk the tater down there. And, you know, there's guys riding a 10-speed that think they're on the Tour de France. I mean, I'm serious. And to me, and I think in a perfect world, I'd say everybody get on the street where you should be riding a bike and leave the rec trail for pedestrians only. That's not realistic. And I know that there are a lot of reasons why we can't do that, and I get it. But I just think that, you know, I think maybe it has to be us, you know, policing ourselves to say, hey, dude, you know, you want to ride 45 and you're, you know, on the trail, then, you know, get on the street. But I think I think that regulation about using the paved section, and I think the signage down there is so confusing that you can walk by and really not understand where you need to walk. We walk on the DG because it seems to be safer than staying out of the way of now that's counterintuitive to what we're supposed to do, but it seems like there's a general community rule that that's how it's supposed to go. And so I think if we can clean up the signage, you know, and we'll ask, you know, Mr. Go, I know he's over there plotting, but if we can ask him to, you know, improve the striping, the messaging down on the trail, then that might be helpful. But I think, you know, I think we need to look at this holistically. We need to clean up the code, and then we need to just, and you know, I think the education needs to start at the schools, but I think it also needs to start with the companies that are out there renting these e-bikes. And if they've got people that are not, you know, then I think we tell them that they do have some responsibility to communicate the rules. And if they can't do that, then, you know, maybe their license is in jeopardy. I don't know. But just like the speeding down Pine and Forest and Central and Lighthouse, these aren't tourists. These are the same guys that are down there all the time, for the most part. You know, you see the family of 8 on the Surrey going 3 miles an hour, because when you've got 4 little kids on there, that's about as fast as you can pedal one of those little things. They're not the problems. The problems are the people, I think, that have gotten used to it and think that it's their personal roadway and that's how they're going to treat it. So I really think we need a better message. You know, I'd look to us on social media, both from the police and, you know, the city, to make sure and get there. And I understand we've got a ton of new followers on Instagram, thanks to the boosted posts and all of those things. So I think we need to start using the technology to start messaging out, but we've got to clean up that code because it's so confusing as to where you need to be.
Thank you, Councilmember Rao. We'll just go right across. Councilmember DeBrey. Well, why don't you go?
Okay. All right. Thank you. I was just wondering, like, I mean, if we charge the e-bikers with, can we charge them with battery? And that way we can avoid some of these infractions. But that was just irrelevant. I think the enforcement part, I get it, because that was one of the biggest things that I noted. And to me, like the bigger piece here is really this goes into an overall, I would say, a citywide kind of issue, which is effectively widening. I mean, the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned that this is widening like the roads, right? Making dedicated pedestrian kind of pathways. I think that's where we need to kind of like get on with this item. But I think whatever cleanup we do with the code, we can do it. But yeah, the practicality is like, are we going to still face the same reality, which is probably the same? It's going to be the same thing. So we need to think about elements other than this. The other thing is obviously Monterey is operating at a 28 mile per hour pace. And then suddenly they enter PG, it's a 12 mile per hour pace. So are they like, are the signs there for like saying this is a lower reduced speed? Can we do something better there to make things, there was some mention in this presentation that we can only regulate adjacent to roadways. What does that exactly mean? Which kind of paths are exactly adjacent to roadways that we can regulate? And if we do only a certain path, then how are these bikers who are going on that path transition to the roadways more safely? Anyway, like a really broad item. I don't know if there's a quick and easy answer. My suggestion is there needs to be some kind of, effectively, we need to have the community together here, maybe even include the biking community to make sure that everybody understands that this is a need of the town, and probably do a community survey or a community gathering to collect more input and kind of like decide what we want to do next, because ultimately, no matter what we do, everybody needs to be on board, and I don't think we're there. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember, hold on.
Thank
Donald.
you. Yeah, I will say before I get to my actual comments, because I actually did try to go through and answer the questions that were asked of us, but I found it interesting that Surreys, according to our definition, are considered to be a pedicab, and pedicabs are not allowed on our trail. And yet we do have the Surreys that often are blocking up the entire trail. And so because they're so slow, that actually does create a lot of a problem. So that kind of stuck out to me as something maybe we do need to address if we want to talk about how we're going to do this. Because if we're going to have bicyclists going at high speeds, when the Surreys are taking up usually the middle, not just one side, you've got pedestrians trying to go around them and then bicyclists trying to go around them all. So that is actually a point that we see very commonly, especially as we get more in the summer months. So an important thing probably for us to address. But this gets back to kind of my kind of bigger picture that gets at it. So it's a good point about the speed limit. I know we can't tell whether somebody's actually going 12 or 13, but to me, the point is to make it clear that the speed limit's lower here on the trail. So to me, if we had something that says the speed limit on the trail is 12 miles an hour, if you want to go faster, you should be up on the street. Because I actually was on the street the other day doing 25, watching my speedometer and watching a car slightly ahead of me slowly pulling away, but an e-bike right on its tail, right with it, like it was going to try and run through the car. So luckily that one was on the street, which seemed appropriate. But what happens when they're on the trail? And the pedestrians, I agree 100% with the signage. I've been an advocate of the signage for some time. Because there's only a little sign as you come into town. And I think there might be one at the start of the trail at Lovers Point. We have people, as one of the callers mentioned, who will kind of jump down off the road, go down the embankment. They're going up the embankment and creating the ruts in the road, which actually makes it dangerous for the pedestrians to get down on the trail, which is an additional issue. But anything where it's a shared trail where we can make the markings clear at every entry point, there needs to be a marking so the pedestrians know to stay on the DG. And sometimes you can't do that if you're pushing a wheelchair, for example. If you have unstable gait and the DG is not in great shape as it gets later in the year after the rains, that becomes a problem and people are on the trail. But I think a large part of it is people just not being aware, being completely oblivious. Sometimes I'll point out people, there's bikes coming up behind you, so they'll get over and they're just doing their thing, not realizing because we only have very occasional markings that say the paved part is the bike lane. So I think I agree that the better signage would be really helpful in that regard. So I don't know if the rest of council would, one of the questions was, should we keep the speed limit? I think that's important so that we keep some semblance of safety, because if you have bicyclists going that fast, you also have to come down and cross the trail to get over to the DG, no matter where you enter, unless you came from Monterey or earlier on in Lovers Point. So that addresses a lot of it. I do think it's important to be consistent with the Monterey regulations, to the extent that if they allow a certain type on the trail, it gets a little confusing to go, okay, now I'm not allowed on the trail. I was going to ask a question about scooters. I think you might have already answered it, because a lot of people now commute on the stand scooter. So it's funny, you look up scooter and it actually includes things like mopeds, because those, I guess, can be electric. But if we're talking about the kind of where you stand tandem and hold the bars, something that I had read said you can't use those either on the trail or on the street, which led to the dilemma, well, what do people who commute on those do then? So do I understand correctly that they can indeed ride on the street because we are not allowed to regulate that? I think that was something that Elena had mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, so what I'm envisioning in that question, Councilmember McDonald, is like the bird scooter style, like the ones that are commercially for rent. So those are all that on the roadway, that would be the statutes of the California Vehicle Code would apply, unless they're otherwise through some ordinance that is, as special counsel talked about, the vehicle code in the state of California does allow us in some instances to have tighter controls locally, but otherwise it would refer back to the California Vehicle Code.
And so this was what really struck me too. So what is the difference from a standpoint of regulation between a board that you stand on? So you can't regulate a skateboard for not being allowed, even though it's electric. You put a stick on it with a handlebar and now you're not allowed to use it. But if you are sitting on something with two wheels that's electric, you're allowed to have that. So I'm not really understanding, is there some clarity on why that's a good thing to have, and some logic that maybe we could apply more consistently across types of transportation?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would want to speculate or try to provide any type of factual explanation to those definitions. I think maybe coming back at a later time with, some statutory definitions would be more appropriate.
And I think that was the idea, was to bring up the issues that I kind of thought about as I was reading these and we were addressing the questions, because knowing that people might commute on a bicycle, they might also commute on a scooter. And if they're technically not allowed either place, what do they do when they get to PG? So just making sure that we have allowances that cover all of those.
And the one part I can answer to that is as it pertains to the motorized scooters, because we see a significant part of the youth population that are riding those on sidewalks or on the public road. So there is an age restriction to that. And so that's been another part of our educational campaign with the school district. And so some of the parents, we've contacted and letting them know that, it actually is unlawful for somebody who does not have a driver's license, is under the age of 15, 16, or I think there's a provision for a permit in there possibly. But, the majority we're finding, small children. A few weeks ago, I actually took one home and spoke to the father. So I was just pulling into the PD, and this was a middle schooler. So no driver's license, no driver's permit, like you cannot do that. So for those type of scooters, though, there is a California Vehicle Code statute that covers it.
Okay, so I think that would be helpful for us to know too, as we're kind of deciding what we need to do ordinance wise. And there was the question about them on hiking trails. And I'm wondering if by hiking trails, they mean like the Perkins Park type of hiking trails, if they mean up in Rip Van Winkle Park, George Washington Park. So I think they're already, it doesn't make sense to have them on there because of the compaction. Right. But they were talking about, do we want to keep doing that? But then they also referenced hiking trails. So then it would help to have clarification of where that is, so we know what we're talking about. And then should they be on the sidewalks was another question. And we have so few sidewalks as kind of a safe refuge for pedestrians as it is. So I would be inclined to say that yes, we would want to restrict, especially the e-bikes from the sidewalks. And is it my understanding that technically bicycles aren't supposed to be ridden on sidewalks anyway? Does that apply for children on like young kids' bikes? I don't know what the...
I appreciate that question most of all. Thank you for asking it. So this is a great time actually to just kind of reinforce the fact that e-bikes, bicycles, they are mandated to follow the rules of the road. And so the rules of the road that apply to a motorist also apply to bicyclists or e-bikes. And so normally I wouldn't do this, but because it ties right into your question, and it was a comment that was made regarding a public records request that was put out by one of our local news media, it was very narrow in the scope of the request, citing mostly municipal codes. And I think there may have been one or two other vehicle codes, but, and it came out that, oh, no citations are issued or whatever. So anytime there is any other moving infraction, an unsafe entry, a helmet violation, those can all be citable. And we have written those citations. I know because I've written them personally. So I just want to clarify that misnomer. And so also back to your point, yes, technically, when you're saying a bicyclist has to follow the rules of the road, so common things that we see, riding on the sidewalk, we see riding through crosswalks. Technically, letter of the law, you can push your bicycle or e-bike through a crosswalk, but otherwise you're supposed to be riding with the flow of traffic as prescribed by the rules of the road and the vehicle code. The problem with the sidewalk is that, a lot of parents with small children that are trying to teach their child the joys of riding a bike, or, it really to them feels and can be in some situations the safest place. Because a small child maybe isn't ready to be riding in the roadway. And I know as a father of four, when, even my boys were young, like I would rather take them to a park or a parking lot or use the sidewalk. It's one of those things where, officers are given discretion, broad discretion for a reason. And so some of that discretionary power or discretionary decision-making can be appropriate in certain circumstances.
Okay.
Thanks.
Let me try to, and I know you probably have something to say. I just wanted, we have two more items left on the agenda, and our time is ticking close to 10, and I want to try to wrap this up. Go ahead, Councilman.
Actually, you're watching me get in. Thank you, Your Honor. You're watching me get antsy because I'm just thinking about all of us just answering their questions and kind of getting, I think we're kind of ready, right?
Okay.
And had finished
Okay, go ahead.
going through the questions that they asked, because the next one that I think was important was, do we want them to take it to the Traffic Safety Commission at some point? So I think that they're asking for us for guidance on whether, and maybe it's too early for that. Maybe that's later. Sorry, I'm not talking to my microphone. I don't know if it's too early for that. If you think we need to have another more targeted discussion on some of what's been talked about tonight and then make a decision about the Traffic Safety Commission, but I didn't want to ignore that question.
Could I wrap this up real quick, and then you, Mr. Mogensen, and City Attorney Lorca, if you could. What I would like to do is revisit this item. I think we have too many questions to this whole item. I mentioned about getting the other agencies together so that we're all consistent between the three, but now as I listen to everybody, sometimes I think the recreational trail should just be used by pedestrians, because pedestrians have to look out and have eyes like a lizard, in the back of their head. So I would like to wrap this up and revisit this at a future council meeting. I think we're shooting for quarter to 10 right now, and getting a little bit on tired side. So I would like to just bring this back, Mr. Mogensen. What do you think? Have you heard enough? I don't think you have.
Well, you've given us a lot of good stuff to go on tonight. I was going to suggest, because it was mentioned earlier about different constituencies out there that might have interest as well, that perhaps it is a good next stop for us to take it to the Traffic Safety Committee and have a similar discussion like this, inviting those groups in, or maybe inviting TAMZ. It really is a park discussion, like you mentioned. It's not just about the trail. So we could do that more of a informal study session style versus coming back to the council meeting and it might not be as efficient. You know, we could come back with more information for you.
The Traffic Safety Commission, because I'm the liaison, is almost all new. It's going to be starting in soon. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay to bring them to them, but I mean, I have the knowledge. But either way,
If that's
I'm
good,
okay.
whatever you.
No, we don't need a motion. Did you get, we would like, I know we talked about it, getting a motion together, but it's, from what I can gather, we're not there
Yeah,
yet.
you don't need a motion for staff direction, right?
Unless the direction is to come back with an ordinance and some specific soon time that I would say if
Yeah,
Well,
that would
Mr.
just be fine. You don't need a motion. It's just as long as there's a consensus of direction to staff, that's sufficient
To come back with
to
something.
come back with something.
Yes, that's fine with me. I don't know. Do you have something?
Well, yeah, so to Mr. Mogensen's point, I think it might make sense now that we've raised some of the questions we have, to have the Traffic Safety Commission, like you said, they have the flexibility to have maybe a more of a working session where they can get some more feedback and maybe even also address some of the questions we brought up so that when it comes back to us, we may have more robust information. Would
Yeah.
rest of council agree that that's a worthwhile idea?
I think it's okay, but like I said, it'd be like somebody, a whole new group in the Recreation Commission. You know, they have to learn the law of the land. I know the Traffic Commission has I don't want to take anything away from them, but they're all new. I haven't met them all yet. So the next month. So I like the idea, Mr. Morganson. You said if we could bring some groups together. You said traffic safety, but other groups. It was similar to when I brought up the skateboard park, whatever it was a year ago. This place was packed with 200 people, and I'm just wondering if there are some representatives of the 10-speed group and the e-bike group, and maybe getting some input from them. I don't know.
So I guess I would say that we do have quite a bit of notes here on things that were said, themes, you know, different thoughts that we want to put into it. If it's okay with the council, we'll take a step back and we'll think about some different venues. Maybe it's a workshop, maybe it's a Traffic Safety Commission. And we'll try and go about it that way, in a more informal way of fleshing out some ideas and getting some different input from people before we come back in a written document
Yeah.
to the council. But I don't have it defined yet until I talk to staff about what is the right tool.
Yeah.
You know, is it a workshop on an off Tuesday, maybe?
Right. Yes. Sure.
Can I provide my feedback really quick? I had questions for Casey Day, but I didn't really state my view.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Really quick. To answer your questions directly with 1A, prohibition on all e-bikes on the rec trail. I'm very receptive to that. On 1B, maintaining the 12-mile-an-hour speed limit seems reasonable, but as Councilmember McDonald brought up, being able to post it for the public and make sure that that's apparent is going to be helpful for that. Education is going to be helpful. For number 2, prohibition on equestrian and hiking trails seems reasonable. And 3, prohibition on sidewalks. That's already kind of covered by code, but we could cover it again. I would want that to apply to both e-bikes and electric scooters. Some things that came up tonight that I really like are age limits on that. The problems that we're mostly seeing seem to be issues of maturity. You know, misuse of the e-bikes themselves. And I find it difficult to legislate that away. However, putting an age limit on it would help that. And yeah, that's what I've got.
Okay. So, Mr. Mogensen, you've got some of the things we've done. I have a question, and I know there's probably people online for 13B. I don't know if we're going to get to the next one. Can 13B with the Chautauqua Hall be placed in 2 weeks? Or is that pretty packed?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm looking at the author nodding yes, and I believe the answer is
13.
Or is
Point, comment, please.
13C?
Comment.
Uh,
This is an
Go ahead.
information piece to let you know what's going on. Doesn't need to be solved right away. No urgency on it, but wanted to let you know.
on 13C.
13B.
B, I mean, 13B.
Yeah.
It's getting late. it could wait.
I'd rather do 13B now because I think there's a lot of people online that have hung in there and then roll 13C to the next one. But that
Oh, Mr. Chair Cully, he's been waiting for,
Can we just roll through both the items? I'm fine.
okay,
Okay.
okay, let's,
power through it.
yeah. Chautauqua Hall. 13B, Mr. Mogensen.
Yeah, it's actually me.
Oh, I'm sorry, you have 13B.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was very
Go ahead.
confusing in printout, but yeah. So everybody's been working on Chautauqua Hall. We've got groups that use it. We have groups that aren't not going to be able to use it. There's a time coming up when there's going to be demolition. And so talking to groups about where they're going to go during demolition is becoming more important. And in doing so, we've discovered that there are some really old documents, and they're included here. One of them is a 1929, 22, that prohibits doing business with Asiatics. And so we really need to clean up the ordinances and data and things that have come along with this to make sure we have all the information from all the different parties that have been part of Chautauqua Hall, and that we can craft an ordinance for its use going forward that returns it to its historic use, which is an educational center, entertainment, things like that. So you'll see at the very bottom of the first page, when talking to the library, the museum, and the Chautauqua Hall donors, what do they think they're seeing in Chautauqua Hall futures? And it's like returning it to the purpose of being the Chautauqua movement. Lectures, conversations, meetings, things like that. So that has been shared with the architect, but we need to also make sure that our documents allow that. And so that's where we are right now. If you have any other ideas about allowable uses, this would be a good time to throw those in there. And you don't have to do it tonight. You can think about it later. And also just to point out that the fee schedule and exemptions from a fee are part of the fee schedule. They're not part of the would not be part of the ordinance going forward, even though in the past that has been the case. If you have any questions.
Okay, let's go out to public. Anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this? Sandra, is there anybody?
Nobody online, Mayor.
Okay, nobody online. Let's go. I'm ready to make a motion.
It's just a
Anybody?
discussion item. It doesn't require a motion.
It does say direct, oh, yes, okay. Go ahead.
I just had one comment, and I'll be quick. But I thank you for bringing this item forward, Councilman Garfield. I know you're not feeling well and still continuing with this, so thank you. So I just, while we're on this topic, right? Like, and we're looking into rectifying what has gone wrong in the past. I just noted that can we also look into any deeds or grants which have any clauses that revert back ownership if certain conditions are not met, because I mean, we're already in that exercise. We might as well finish that exercise properly to make sure we're not getting into any soup later on. And then just a side note to say that, is this something that we need to communicate to who we awarded the project to, the renovation project, Hunter Porter Eldridge? Should we communicate this to him too, to ensure that nothing actually, I mean, obviously you can do designs and all that, but nothing actually begins until this work is complete. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that I wouldn't want to prohibit the scouts from the use of the southwest room or the upstairs attic. That's not kind of, that has been a tradition, and that's been something that's been part of the hall forever. And yeah, I hope that we're not trying to remove that. I can see first priority.
And I think if you notice the dust upstairs, it's been a long time since it's been actively used. It's a storage unit right now.
No, it's being used. It is dusty and it is dark, but it's also being used. So
Let's bring this back real quick. Go ahead. Did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think it is a good idea to kind of look into the documents. From my recollection, the items to discuss with staff about coming back with the information so we better understand the ownership, better understand, like, I thought the same thing. If some of the things we violated potentially could mean it could go back to formerly Del Monte Company, now the golf links, but sorry, Pebble Beach. Is there anything, so I had talked to the staff about this behind the scenes. So my understanding is that there was the newer ordinance which superseded it, although it seems to have gotten that wrong. It's saying that we bought it from the Boy Scouts, which wasn't correct. So it seems like that ordinance maybe superseded some of the older things that aren't legal and socially acceptable in society anymore. However, there are some errors in that as well that need to get. So I think that the idea was just to give guidance to staff to please, was that the idea to get guidance from staff and council agreement that we should ask them to research that so we can make sure everything's in order as we have it, you know, built and ready for use, making sure that allows all the uses like alcohol at weddings, not a time of my weddings these days, and dance halls, because that's one of its primary uses currently as well.
Okay, I'd like to this up. Motion, it's not a motion, it's direct staff to investigate and document ownership, rights, allowable activities, and responsibilities for the use of Chautauqua Hall. And number 2. And so, Mr. Mogensen, is that what we're on?
If you'd like to take a quick vote on those motions, that'd be great. Or
I think it was just it's just a direct staff.
okay.
It doesn't say motion, but if you want me to make a motion of it, we could do that.
It's probably cleaner that way, for the record.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to direct the staff to investigate and document ownership, rights, allowable activities, and responsibilities for the use of Chautauqua Hall. And then number 2, direct staff to return this future city council meeting updates to city council policies 100-1 Chautauqua Hall building and any necessary document amendments to manage the future of Chautauqua Hall.
Second.
We have time, huh? Okay, could we have a roll call?
Yes, can I get the second?
The second, yeah, I'll give it to council, the second goes to Councilmember Rawl.
Mayor Pro Tem Amelia,
Yes.
Councilmember Rao,
Aye.
Councilmember Walking Stick,
Aye.
Councilmember Paduri, Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Garfield.
Aye.
Motion carries 601. Mayor Smith absent.
Okay. Okay. Well, it's okay. Let's take it at 10 o'clock. We need a motion to continue the one item. And Chair Tully has been waiting patiently along with our staff. But we do need a 5-minute break. Are we okay with that? Can we, first of all, do I have a motion to extend this past 10 o'clock? All those in favor?
Aye.
And then, Sandra, could you check with Councilman Member Garfield?
Yes, I'll just do a roll call for a clean.
Okay.
Councilmember Rao,
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald, Councilmembers Walking Stick,
Aye.
Paduri, Garfield,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem
Aye.
Amelia.
Aye.
Okay, so motion carries 5-1.
Okay, we're going to be back here at 10:05.
It's undemocratic because you see how many people we've lost.
I am going to see it.
Okay. Let's go back to Pacific Grove City Council meeting. Yeah, are we still recording, Sandra? Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and get started again. Thank you for coming back so quickly. This is Mr. Go from Mr. Go in dealing with the Recreation Board Committee recommendations. Next request, Mr. Go, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Emilio, members of the City Council. Tonight, this item is a prime example of how the board committee recommendation form should work. The Recreation Board voted to bring this item forward, requesting additional matrix to be presented to the Recreation Board 3 times a year. City staff reviewed that. That was passed along through the Recreation Board Council Liaison, who is Mayor Pro Tem Emilio. We evaluated it and then we prepared what we felt would be needed to provide these matrix to the Recreation Board, which is in the staff report. And then attached to the report is the recommendation form that was prepared by Chair Tolley, who's in attendance tonight and could maybe elaborate a little bit upon that and be here to answer questions. So Katie and I are available to answer any questions if you have any specifics on the requested matrix or what it's going to take for us to provide that. Otherwise, that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go out to the public. Anybody in the public wishes to comment on this section? I don't hear anybody. Anybody online?
Nobody online, Mayor.
Nobody online. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's see. Did Chair Tully, did you want to come up and speak?
Just giving information.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Super. Well, thank you all for extending the meeting. I really applaud you for your work. It's really commendable how many hours you put into this. So I very much appreciate it. So like Dan said, this was a recommendation of our board. And just to give you some background on why we came to this recommendation for you all. So I've been on the board almost 10 years now. And one of the ongoing challenges we've had is how do we know if we're doing a good job? We've got subjective and objective criteria, right? The subjective stuff, we see kids playing soccer in the new soccer league that's been developed recently. Fantastic. Everybody loves it. But the objective stuff is harder to get to. Getting some numbers is tricky. So one metric that has been used over the years is just dollars. So I'll just give you a quick background on dollars. So the budget this year was about 1.8 million. That's a lot of money. Just going back some years, I was just going back through some old emails, and I think we were at 500,000 back in 2018, almost 600,000 in 2017, 2018, almost 800,000. So it's gone up quite a bit, and we've done a lot of growth since COVID. A lot of it has been really great, but we don't really know how we're doing with just those numbers, right? We need some other type of metric other than dollars. So there is a report that goes out to the council every year. So the adopted budget report from 25-26, I put a link in that budget, that recommendation form I sent to you all back in December. And on pages 89 and 90, there's a little table that says these are the metrics that the rec department or the rec department tracks. There are 4 metrics: paid special events, so just the number of paid special events, the park reservations, facility classes/uses, and program participants. And every single one has gone up from 2021 through 23-24. It's great. It shows how we came out of COVID, and we've done a lot of investment into the program. However, there's some ambiguity in those numbers. So for example, program participants, it went up from 414 up to 2009. But when we drill down into that number, we realize that's not really participants. That's not unique participants. That's program registrations. So if someone signs up for dance class and then they sign up for swim lessons and they sign up for chess club or something, that's one person, 3 programs. But the actual registrations is even more than that because, for example, when my daughter did dance class, we had to register 12 times a year, or I think it was 10 times a year. I think there were 10 months. So every single registration gets counted. So we don't really know how many students or how many kids are signing up. We don't know how many adults are signing up. We have no breakdown of these numbers. We don't know where they're coming from. We don't know if they're all coming from maybe one of the elementary schools and not the others. So we don't have any way to analyze this because we're not tracking this data. We don't know what programs are actually doing well and which ones are not. We may have a few students or a few participants in one program and the other ones have long wait lists. We don't know these things. So what we would like as an advisory committee is to help this program continue to grow, but grow smartly. And the only way we can do that is by having information to make these decisions. So this is not coming down as some type of, micromanagement. We want to be able to, hound Dan and Katie. They're doing great. We really want to do is understand where do we need to put more marketing dollars? Where do we need to focus? What programs are doing really well? We need to expand because they've got waiting lists. So I put down, the board listed 10 metrics that we would, 9 metrics that we would like to track. We initially had a list of 12, but in discussions, we dropped them down. 6 of them the data's already being collected in Civic Rec, but I think like the staff report said, they just need to invest a little bit to be able to pull the data out. So working with Civic Rec, you'd have to spend a little bit of money probably to get some of those reports, but we could actually pull out some of the data that's in there. One of the metrics we listed, just the facility utilization. I don't know if that's in Civic Rec. We didn't think so as a board, but the rec department tracks it. The subsidies and financial aid, finance department has that, we've been told. And then the partnerships are the rec department. So we listed these actually in the prioritized order. Starting out, we would just like to know how many total registrations, not, in each program, not just annually. How many unique participants in each program per month. Participant demographics. So I don't have to read them all. This is our recommendation to you all, and be happy to answer any questions or give any more insight. But I really appreciate your time and attention to this.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and start off. I got actually a couple of questions. Mr. Go or Recreation Coordinator Katie Clark, I understand we have 4 employees with the recreation. Is that correct? Or I understand. I was looking online and saw that there's 4 yourself and there's 4 other recreation people that work at the place.
That's correct. We have 4 coordinators and 1 office manager.
Okay, thank you. My thoughts on it is, would you be able to work with Mr. Go to provide the correct information? I mean, I've been to a couple of meetings and I know it was great that you provided information about how many registrations there were in preschool, et cetera. When I was liaison listening to you. So do you think that I want to hear from the rest of the council, but do you think your staff and yourself be able to gather up the information that the Recreation Commission would like? Mr. Go?
Councilmember Emilio, Mayor Pro Tem Emilio, if it's the desire of the city council for us to gather this information, then we will do that and bring it forward. This will take time. This will take, no offense, Chair Tolley, but this is going to take away from other activities that we're currently doing. But if it's the desire of the city council to have us allocate our time towards this effort, by all means, we will do so.
I guess it's hard to estimate how much time. Is that correct?
It's hard to estimate how much time. We have over 60 programs that
Mhm.
we would have to go into the system and extract this out, but we will be able to do so. It's just going to take time and effort.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Ralph.
Thank you. Mr. Blow, would it be safe to say that if the staff were to do this, it would cost more than $2,000 to $3,000 in staff time to do it?
These are uncharted territories, so yet to be determined.
I guess my point being that if it was gonna take the staff $3,000 in staff time to do it, and that was just once, wouldn't it be better to layer some technology with it to make that process a little bit more seamless? I know that's kind of a dangling
If I could try
question.
and help a second here. I think the software we use is one of the better ones in the industry. Like Civic Rec is something everybody uses. It's probably more a matter of we need to find somebody who's a whiz bang at things like Excel and all that stuff to be able to create the right formulas and tables to make it more automated. I don't know if we have anybody on staff, but we could look around and find out.
Sounds like a great job for the youth ambassadors.
Councilmember Baduri.
Could I make
Yes.
a comment, please, if I could? I actually contacted Civic Rec just as an anonymous person and said, can you extract this stuff? And they gave me a positive response. And then they said, what are you looking for? And then they said, you have to be an account holder. And so I stopped there, said, okay, I'll bring this forward. But the board, as board chair, I would be perfectly happy. I use Excel all day long at work. I'm an engineer. And so this would be something I'd be happy to take on if it would ease the burden from staff.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for staying with us for 4 hours. I'm sure these were the best 4 hours of your life. But I wanted to ask so the way I read this is, right, I mean, what they're essentially looking for is key performance indicators, which is really, KPIs are really common across the industry. I'm sure, I actually like the point where we're at because you're bringing in the right questions. We're increased our recreation activities. It's logical to assume that something like this will come up is to say, how are we performing? And so my view is that I see that in the agenda report, you mentioned that it takes some manual effort, like 10 to 15 hours or something every month to extract some reports. This 2,000 to 3,000 addition, first of all, will it automate that task?
It would, the 2,000 to 3,000 was the estimate that it would take to work with Civic Rec to have them specialize reports. There are quite a lot of reports it can do, but they spit out information exactly in one way, and to specialize them to get them to the numbers that we would want for our programs, we have to work with one of their consultants.
Okay. And so this just hear me out here. So my view is that if it's 2,000 to 3,000, I'm totally fine. First of all, just get to that point, right? Like, and then just from I know we have, or maybe we have not, using AI effectively, but this is a prime kind of candidate for AI to analyze any data without any additional resources to actually use it and effectively produce information for us. So if Civic Rec is able to provide some data, I think you can actually put it into an AI tool and provide some meaningful information to us. What I see here is that really we are measuring success, and I actually, I mean, there are certainly a lot of indicators here, but I'm actually curious to know how many are residents and how many are non-residents that are participating in the program. What kind of like the minimum enrollment? What is are anybody from lower income that we can do something better for? So I think there's meaningful information we can extract through Civic Rec. So what I'm saying is I'm supporting the 2,000 to 3,000 with Civic Rec today. And I want staff to get back to us with saying, having from that investment, what else can we do to make it better? So incremental steps rather than going all in, considering a lot of money being spent, et cetera. Thank you. And thank you for bringing this.
Thanks. And to those points, so also using Excel a lot, if it's something that Civic Rec can export, is that something that we could have the rec board take on if they have the Excel expertise? Would we still need to pay the 2,000 to 3,000 extra to have them do specialized reports? Or are we allowed to get our own data extracted into like a CSV format that the rec board can then work with and automate and create our own stuff? Do you know?
I think the issue is more configuring the data that comes in. I don't think all that data is currently collected in the forms and stuff. So that's probably more the configurations. On the exporting, I mean, you ask good questions. It might be something we have to look at first to make sure it's not confidential information and things like that about people. The AI idea is a good one. We're coming back very soon with AI policy. So that could be one of the places we launch off from. So I think all this is, key performance indicators, all good stuff. And we can look into what we can do to make it as easy as possible.
Okay.
But I don't know the answer in terms of, I don't know what information is collected, if it's any confidential stuff that we could turn over to outside people.
Just real quick, then I'll go with you. Something came up. I'm in support of this. I want you to know that. But you mentioned, Katie, that you don't know what the costs would be to extrapolate this information?
In the report, our estimate was based on what we've done with Civic Recs in the last couple of years when we've had them create specialized reports that would speed up the process. That was our estimate on what we would need for those reports. Without doing the other estimates of the staffing hours is what we thought it would take to pull the reports out and then make them into a useful format. We can pull out a lot of numbers, but it also requires a report to support the numbers, the narrative to go with the numbers so that they make sense. It might make sense to me that we have one class with a ton of wait lists, but we're not adding more classes because we're focusing on another area. So it's the information that goes along with it, the narrative that goes along with it, that also takes time.
Okay. Before I continue, go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, I would also support a measured approach launching off on this. I would like to know what data that's being requested we are already tracking. What information are we gathering and is in our database now? I don't want to go out of our way to start inventing new things right off the bat right now. Just an examination of what can we provide that's on this list now through our current partner. Two, can we do a raw data export so that we don't have to format anything? Just hand Jay, here's our data. Jay can then take that and create an Excel document, a workbook that can take that data, how it's presented from them, how it's delivered from them, and manipulate it from there. And it should be every time you get a new batch of data, it should come roughly the same format, right? So once he's adapted to that, we're good to go. But first and foremost, what data are we actually gathering right now versus this wish list? And then two, can we do an export while not compromising sensitive or personally identifiable information? PII, we need to block that out. Yeah, if it's sensitive, if it's personally identifiable, we of course don't want to pass that on. We want to have it as anonymous as possible. And those are my 2 points. Thank you.
Go ahead.
And one of the questions I had for you, Mr. Tully, is so you're requesting it to have it 3 times a year instead of 1 time a year. So I was curious, can you just give us a general overview of what are the added benefits? So what's the ROI on having it 3 times a year versus 1 time a year?
Yeah, that was actually Katie's suggestion at our last meeting because of the seasonality of the programs. I think you do a summer, fall, spring. I don't remember the exact calendar. Maybe you could.
That's correct. So we usually, in terms of when we are planning for our programming, we have our fall, which is August through December, and then we have our like winter, spring, which is January through May, and then we have our summer, which is June and July. So those are the most natural places to gather them and then to look at them as a chunk of information.
Okay, great. That's really helpful. And I agree that's something that's really ripe for AI to work on. That's something they would have us use AI for our work. So yeah, if we could find a way to get around, because we always talk about utilizing our experts in the community, and this would be a great example of being able to use a community expert to help us with a task that wouldn't eat into staff time. If that's kind of a public-private partnership, if you want to call it that, that would allow us to benefit our community without adding extra cost and time, you know, for staff where I know that's already limited. Thank you.
So I think it sounds to me like what I've gathered is that first find out how much information you could get from this recreation, civic recreation. Just find out how much you have, is what I hear. And then once you have that information, and if it turns out that it's X dollars to extrapolate this information, then come back to the city council to say, hey, it's actually $800 to, I'm just throwing out a number. Because I'm in support of this, but I think we need to a little bit more extrapolation. And then Chair Tully mentioned about he could do an Excel sheet on it too. So I don't know if you've got direction on that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I think we're comfortable with the direction is to go forward and try and make this work, you know, so find the data, yeah, make it work. So
Make it work. And then if it's more, then we need to, council could look at it. And it may not be as much as what's mentioned, but at least we can go forward with it.
sounds like a plan.
Can we make a motion with a
Yes, Mr.
amount not to exceed?
Mr. Gold has a question.
No offense to the member of the public that would like to do this, but we are talking about family and children here, and I think it's best if a staff member was to extrapolate the information and bring it forward. So if it's the direction of the city council for us to try to determine what kind of information we can get here, I'd feel more comfortable having internal staff do it than members of the public.
Yes, I totally
We're-
agree with you, Mr.
No
Gold.
offense, but we're talking about the children,
Mhm.
families,
Right.
private information regarding financial situations, so on and so forth,
Yeah.
with names, addresses, da, 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 da.
We did have when I was on the recreation board, many other lives before, we did put together low-income families that would benefit with this. So one more quick one.
Just a quick comment to that point. I do appreciate that because we have to do this at work all the time with PHI is you can you can take all the de-identifying information out. So if we're just talking about getting reports that give kind of the type of information Mr. Tully was asking for, I'm not sure that that would require having the PII attached, but that's something that would be helpful to inform council about if there are concerns about we can't, you know, include outside people for this. Once you look at what the task is, I think that would be helpful too, if you need more guidance from council. Would that be agreed?
I'm okay with that. Is Mr. Gold, did you get enough information and Mr. Mogensen?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think, did you take the action that was recommended on the agenda? Or should we skip that?
Well, it's
Or Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
yeah, it's just to receive the recommendation report. Yeah, I think we gave her
Okay.
that, but I think we did give her a recommendation about extrapolating the information. And I agree with Mr. Go about it's a lot of stuff is confidential and that needs to be done by the staff.
Okay. We're good.
Okay. So I don't see anything else on the agenda. Thank you very much for participating and everybody have a nice evening. It's over with. Council meeting.